here in just a few moments, so find your seat, get comfortable. Thank you so much for being here. Good morning. Start. I think we're ready. Cool. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Beck. We're going to go ahead and get started here. How's everybody feeling today? Woo-hoo! I got 9 hours of sleep yesterday. I am feeling so rested, so good, so excited for today. So just like euphoric and just so happy and blissed out with how amazing yesterday was. Can everyone raise their hands that was here yesterday? Oh, wow. Everyone's back. Cool. Right on. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. So, you were all here. I talked about PPS yesterday, but I'll just remind everybody who we are, who I am, and what we're doing. My name is Evan Segura. I am the president of the Portland Psychedelic Society, which is a nonprofit organization based here in Portland, Oregon. We create inclusive community spaces for psychedelic integration, education, and research. We envision a world where everybody has the freedom to use psychedelics to explore their consciousness. And we organize a lot of monthly events and big events like these whenever we can. So thank you all again so much for being here. It is such an honor to bring folks together, and I'm so excited about the list of speakers that we have today. It is going to be an extremely educational and enlightening day for all of us, and I appreciate you all. I'm gonna go through another breathing exercise like we did yesterday, so if you could all join me in inhaling through the nose, and as we exhale through the mouth, just kind of release a sigh or any noise that you're kind of holding in. So in we go. One more. And one last one. That feels so nice to do with you all. So, I want to talk a little bit today about psychedelic intersectionality and how lucky we all are to be in this room today learning about these medicines, talking about these medicines, meeting friends, making new homies that we're probably going to be using these medicines with. It's really spectacular, but it's also a privilege. And I want to thank Brian Pilecki and Laura Riley and Allison Holmes yesterday for highlighting the notion of psychedelic exceptionalism. It's a privilege to be in this room, to be talking about the medicines that we're talking about in a time where there are tens of thousands of human beings in this country that are sitting in a cage right now for possessing or distributing the medicines that we're here talking about. It's really important that we acknowledge how lucky we are and that we take responsibility as lucky people to fight for the liberation and freedom of all of our brothers and sisters that are locked inside these cages. We need to be active in our psychedelic citizenship, as Hanifa called it yesterday. And it goes so much farther than advocating for other drug users. I mean, we need to be politically engaged individuals as technical criminals. You know, anyone in this room that has used psychedelics, using psychedelics, or has a desire to, is planning on committing a federal crime, which I applaud you for. Please break the law. As a Mexican person, I know this, but this government was not created to protect us. You know, we all know this as the overturning of Roe versus Wade, so many injustices that this government continues to oppress us with. We need to build resilient communities. We need to take care of each other. We need to have each other's backs because the United States government is not going to do it for us. And so I just want to thank you all again for being here, and I want to just really encourage you to carry this message and influence, you know, your friends to be politically active, to care about the world that we're creating for each other and for our children. I mean, we have in this room and in this movement this beautiful seed of hope in our hands. We can use psychedelics to change the world if we want to, but we have to do it in an intentional and in a careful way that creates access for everybody and that protects us. So thank you all so much. I want to also acknowledge another pretty cool movement that's going on in the United States right now, and that's the labor movement. We're hearing like headlines left and right about different unions forming at different corporations and companies. Woo! Unions! And I've had the honor in the last few months of organizing with some really cool folks that are interested in being psilocybin facilitators within the Oregon Psilocybin Services system. And so, you know, I've been doing this work for the last 3 years in Portland, sitting with folks underground and providing these sacred spaces to commune with the mushroom spirits. And I've got to be honest, it's the coolest job I've ever had. It's so fucking cool. And I am like so excited that hundreds of people are about to be given access to this work as a job. But we cannot expect for this to be sustainable for anybody if the workers are not taking care of each other and they don't have each other's backs. I'm sure that a lot of you, through your research of Measure 109 and what's happening here, are afraid of what capitalism and big business is going to do and how it's going to influence this system. And if we don't have a union, if we don't have each other's backs, it's not going to work. I know this. Our facilitators were going to get burnt out. We're not going to have the right support. And no one's even asking these important questions of like, what does maternity leave look like for our facilitators? What does community support look like for them? What is health insurance? What is a mental health sick day? there's a lot that we need to think about. And so without further ado, I just want to bring onto stage Ashley Arasaki and Andrew Arasaki, my good friends, and the two leaders of the Psychedelic Workers Collective to talk a little bit about this new project that we're organizing here. Give it up.
Thanks so much for having us here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. My name's Ashley Arasaki.
My name's Andrew Arasaki, and as a collective, we are starting to legally tread these new waters with these ancient healing modalities. And while Measure 109 and 110 are right-minded strides, our team really saw a shortfall in the fact that there's no protection or representation for the individuals on the ground doing this work. Overall, we just saw a gap in accountability.
Yeah. And you know, it's really such an honor to be here today representing the Psychedelic Workers Collective of Portland, which is a union framework that has been created to protect workers, advocate for fair wages and benefits, ensure culturally competent and honorable practices are happening within these facilities, and provide resources and really just social support for the energy, the heart-centered energy that this work entails. But you know, most importantly, our biggest undercurrent is that we amplify the voices of the workers on the ground and make sure that they know their rights and have a team of advocates behind them doing the same. In all truth and honesty, you know, I stand here before you all, we both do, with excitement and fear. These incredible practices and practitioners, you know, we're wary of the potential of just completely falling into these existing capitalist and bureaucratic frameworks. If we really want to usher in a new earth, which is what I think everyone in this room does want, it doesn't just start with the services that we provide, but how we treat people who provide these services.
And as we can predict for the future, similar legalization will be passed in the states across the US. We've opened this chapter in Portland specifically to represent our community within a union framework and in future hopes of inspiring others in the US to do the same.
Mm-hmm. And you know, while our collective is in its birthing stage, the vision is not. So if you're interested in anything we've just briefly shared with you today, please find one of us. We'll be in the back. We've also got these stickers that you can grab. On the back, you're gonna find a URL for our landing page where you can drop your email and you'll get a lot more information and meeting times and just access to community of an amazing group of folks who are really doing this work and just fighting the good fight. Thanks, y'all, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you again.
Give it up for the Sakis. Thank you all very much. Little seeds of hope. We're all planting them. We're planting them. Some are planting them. Some are watering them, some are pulling the weeds. Shout out to Rebecca Martinez for filling me with so many like amazing gardening metaphors and just like using all of this. But I'm really excited to live in this garden with you all. We're creating something really beautiful here. And so, yeah, what else do I got? I've got some logistical notes. Just a reminder for everybody here, there are arts and crafts going on downstairs. If you're feeling kind of restless, you gotta do something with your hands, go downstairs, build a kaleidoscope or a little clay mushroom and hang out with some folks down there. Also, that space is noise proof. So if you're making a new connection and you're really enjoying talking to this person and you're getting really excited and you're talking loud, please go downstairs, because this whole space is not very noise proof and people are trying to enjoy their presentations, especially that back room. Those curtains are curtains. They're not walls. So when we ask you to like move away from the auditorium, if you go behind the curtain, we can still hear you. So, yeah, there's kava and mushroom tea here. We're gonna break again today at 12 for lunch. And thanks again so much for being here, everyone. Give it up for yourselves. This is gonna be fucking awesome. Woo, 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 woo. All right, so I'm gonna introduce our next presenter, who is a very dear friend of mine, somebody that inspires me and gives me a lot of hope as we move forward in this movement, and also one of my best friends. So, where is he? There he is. Gabe Kate Shaw has been working with psychoactive drugs in various capacities for 5 years. He started his journey with medicine as a psychedelic enthusiast and amateur mycologist and began co-facilitating sessions in 2019. He studied psychoanalysis and philosophy during his undergraduate years at Bennington and worked closely alongside the nonverbal autistic community for 7 years, starting in Manhattan and ending at Harvard. He continues to work closely with mushrooms and other psychoactive compounds as both a mycologist, chemist, and a facilitator, and is a co-founder of the Rhizome, a community healing center in Northeast Portland. Everyone, please give it up for Gabe.
Thank you, everyone. Before I begin here, I wanted to just sort of pause and take a moment to call in the grief and the anger that I think a lot of us are feeling after this weekend. Yet another obscene violation of our autonomy as human beings. And it's a heavy time, so I just want to acknowledge that and feel it together. We grieve in community, and then we fight in community as well. So, my talk today is called Therapy Culture and Its Discontents. The title is a nod to the great Sigmund Freud and his Civilization and Its Discontents. Before I get started, I want to bring your attention right here. I have some items that I brought with me. This is a psilocybin-containing mushroom. How many of you are familiar with these beautiful organisms? Hopefully all of you. This is an especially large one, weighing in at about 8.6 grams. So under the legal limit, under 110. For the record. This is dimethyltryptamine. This is DMT. Very, very... How many here have heard of DMT or tried DMT? Cool. Wow. Right on. Yeah, another wonderful compound that I work with. And then this right here is about 120 milligrams of MDMA, methylene dioxymethamphetamine. Another incredible and life-affirming compound. How many here are familiar with MDMA? Awesome. Everyone, again, love to see it. So I wanted to bring these here today because we speak about these sort of speculatively and abstractly, but these are real things. They're not scary. I'm not in any sort of danger being in proximity to them, nor are you. And they're actually quite beautiful. And behind each one of these compounds is the work of a chemist or a mycologist who put their freedom on the line in order to make these experiences possible. So I give gratitude in this moment for those of us who are doing that work despite the oppressive regime that we live under. And feel free to look at these. Don't take them, but cool. Yeah, so my presentation is called Therapy Culture and Its Discontents. My hope today is to share some of my perspectives as someone who is passionately committed to this project of liberating people from alienation through the careful and deliberate use of these incredible tools that we've been gifted, called drugs, medicines, plants, chemicals, etc. And by the end of my presentation today, my hope is that you'll leave with a deeper understanding of where the psychedelic experience fits and also where it sort of doesn't fit into the current paradigm of mental health care in America. I hope to offer you a critical and yet hopeful and optimistic lens on the current state of therapy culture in America, a deeper understanding of some of the experiential dimensions of the psychedelic encounter, and some of the key differences between what I call psychedelic therapy and psychedelic healing. Some insights into how the psychedelic experience sort of challenges the status quo of mental health care in America. And then finally, I'm going to end with a roadmap that I've devised of a more liberated sort of utopian psychedelic future that I think is entirely possible. So to start off here, I have some statistics regarding the current state of mental illness in America. And in case anyone hasn't gotten the memo, it's bad. It's pretty dire. We have a 35% increase in suicide in America since 1999. It's a massively statistically significant jump. 50 million Americans are currently diagnosed with one or more mental illnesses. And anytime you're looking at statistics for something like this, anything stigmatized, abortion, drug use, mental illness, these are just the reported numbers. So in reality, the numbers are actually probably significantly higher. And again, these are only people who have been formally diagnosed. And an interesting side note here, Mental Health America is an organization that sort of ranks states based on the ratio of people with diagnosed mental illnesses versus people getting treatment. And the state of Oregon is number 49 out of 51 as of last year. So we have the third worst ratio of adults with mental illness versus people in care. So Oregon in particular, 27% of Oregonians are diagnosed with a mental illness. This is about 600,000 people. So it's rough out here. Another stat that I thought was germane to include is that last year, 2021, we saw 107,622 deaths from the overdose of drugs. And this, as far as I'm concerned, I've lost friends. I think many people in this room have probably lost friends to this devastating situation. I see this as my generation's, I'm 25 years old. This is sort of my generation's big struggle and something that we need to fight really hard to alleviate. So all of these data, as far as I'm concerned, suggest a crisis of epic proportions. And, there's the old paradigm which offers two solutions, talk therapy and drug therapy. And we'll get a bit more into what the specifics of those are. But access to these supposed solutions has expanded dramatically, but the numbers have not borne this out. It's actually quite a bit worse than it was when these were first introduced. So some new developments. How many here have heard of BetterHelp.com? Have you had it advertised to you on a podcast, probably? Pointed advertisement. BetterHelp.com, it's an online platform to access therapy services, and many people have seen benefits from it, but their use of your data is actually quite sketchy. So maybe look into that if you're a current BetterHelp user. They sell the information to companies to more effectively advertise to you. How many folks here have heard of Woebot? Has anyone heard of Woebot? Okay. That's Woebot right there. He's looking down on you and he's saying, "You have nothing to prove. You're enough just as you are." Woebot, yeah, thank you, Woebot. Woebot is called a relational agent for mental health. So it's an artificial intelligence that's programmed to mimic the speech patterns of a therapist. And the idea behind Woebot is that, it's pretty dystopian. The idea is that you log on and you start chatting with Woebot, and Woebot sort of apes the affect and the speech patterns of a standard talk therapist. I think these two developments speak to a sort of deeper trend that we're seeing in Western culture, where we are turning to tech for solutions to these problems, when in truth, a problematic relationship with tech and an over-reliance on tech seems to be at the root of a lot of our existential woes these days. So we're using a broken system to try to fix the very problems that system created in the first place, which is deeply problematic for obvious reasons. Next, we have the pharmaceutical drugs down here. So just to give a quick overview, we have SSRIs/SNRIs. These are sort of the first line of defense for depression and anxiety. They act on serotonin, the same system that psychedelics act on. You have your antipsychotic drugs. These primarily act on dopamine. Anxiolytics, these are your benzodiazepines, your beta blockers, extremely habit-forming, dangerous to withdraw from. And then you have the sort of atypicals, anything that doesn't fit into that class. So your stimulant drugs, bupropion, Adderall, things like that. All of these drugs have a long, storied history of human use, and they come with a whole litany of really nasty side effects. And many of the people who come to me looking for help with psychedelics are trying to get off of these drugs or have some sort of problematic relationship with these drugs. So I'd like to pause here and pose a question to all of you that I ask myself often. These are allergies, not COVID, for the record. We look back in our present moment with shame and sometimes a bit of horror and disgust at some of the widely accepted medical practices of yesteryear. Things like lobotomies were once considered standard and ethically permissible interventions. As time evolves and in the coming centuries, I often find myself questioning, how will we, as a culture, reckon with our treatment of the so-called mentally ill? Will this idea of drugging ourselves and each other into a state of complacency be looked back on as an act of barbarism and cruelty? Or will we continue this slide into a sort of techno-fascist, pharmaceutically mediated hell realm? And I ask myself this question often, and it sort of keeps me up at night, and it's something to chew on. So here we have some data. The obvious question with a lot of these drugs, right, is how well do they work? If they're prescribed so frequently, how well do they actually work? So what you're seeing here is something called the Hamilton Depression Index. This is one of the sort of gold standard evaluations for figuring out just how depressed someone is. It's a questionnaire. You list things about libido, sleep, affect, all of these important things. And what you're seeing here are two lines. The dotted line here is a placebo, and the straight line is an SSRI. So what you're seeing here is that SSRIs just narrowly outperform placebos in terms of reduction in overall score on the Hamilton Depression Index over weeks of therapy. How do we interpret this data? Some people might see this as kind of bleak and grim. I actually feel a lot of hope and optimism when I see this. I think the placebo effect speaks to this remarkable ability of the human mind to heal itself, and also the supreme power of belief, and what happens when we really believe that something is going to work. However, the fact that SSRIs do not outperform placebos should alert us to their lack of efficacy, and I see this as sort of concrete evidence that the old methods don't work and are in desperate need of revision. Here we have some more fun graphs. So on the left here, you're seeing fluoxetine, which is Prozac, and placebo control. And this is also ratings on the Hamilton Depression Scale over weeks of time. And what you're seeing here is a very similar trend. There's a bit of a outperformance of fluoxetine versus placebo, but at the 8-week mark here, they wind up in the same place. And 8 weeks is incidentally around the time when an SSRI is supposed to take effect, purportedly. Here we have some data on ketamine, super compelling, right? This is week 1, and you're seeing a pretty steep drop, and then week 4, interestingly, is that really, really steep drop around week 6, promising data. And then, of course, my dear friend psilocybin, dramatic dip at week 1 there, dramatic dip. So this is not news to most of us. We know that these medicines are highly effective. And these data seem to suggest, I want to really focus on this placebo data. There is a sort of magic that happens independently of drug action. And this is something that I think about and am concerned with deeply. So what could be happening here? As I said at the beginning, I think it's important for us as we're thinking about this moving forward to distinguish between what I see as two sort of different camps that we're working with here. On the one hand, you have what I call psychedelic therapy. Psychedelic therapy, first of all, it implies the existence of a therapist, right? Therapy equals therapist, and this therapist is typically working within a specific modality. Therapy is often a symptom-based protocol, so someone comes with a specific concern, and the idea is that if we address this one concern, we can sort of fix the problem. Anyone who's been in or practiced therapy can attest to the fact that it can and it often should take quite a bit of time. So when we're talking about people in crisis situations or any sort of intervention that needs to happen in the moment, not necessarily the best or most sustainable option. And then finally, therapy typically takes place in a clinical context. Obviously, there's things like wilderness therapy and more sort of unconventional routes, but the idea is that therapy involves a therapist and takes place within the context of a therapeutic encounter. So on the other hand, we have what I call healing or psychedelic healing. And this is distinct from therapy in as much as it need not include either a therapist or a modality. This is something that can happen sort of outside of this rigid context of therapy. It's holistic as opposed to symptom-based. So this is an approach that privileges and understands the body and the mind as a system, and the symptoms as something that emerge from that system, but not necessarily the thing that should be targeted. Healing can and often does happen spontaneously. On my own psychedelic journey and the path of many of my clients, I hear these reports of people sort of fixing or healing aspects of themselves that they didn't even necessarily intend to address. It just sort of happened spontaneously. This is not to discredit the value of intention, obviously, but finally, psychedelic healing takes place in a variety of containers. So this can happen in the woods with your friends. This can happen at a festival. This can happen on your own. This is something that is spontaneous and doesn't necessarily rely on these rigid confines of the therapeutic container. And so we're starting to see here, hopefully, that the psychedelic experience sort of stands outside of the current paradigm of mental health care and poses what I believe to be some real challenges to the status quo that we're working with here. The first of these that I have noted is what I call the neglect of the body. We are all the inheritors of an intellectual tradition that has violently separated mind from body. This is the work of René Descartes, this sort of deeply troubled European man who would sit up late at night and drink tar in an effort to suture his mind to his body. Super neurotic and caught up in this deep separation that he felt. But he landed on the idea that the mind is indeed separate from the body. And the psychological mainstream, and indeed much of Western thought, is sort of built on this Cartesian wound, this fundamental split of mind from body. The psychedelic experience, however, offers us an opportunity to reunify mind and body, to heal from the wounds of this Cartesian inheritance that we're all working with. And in some instances, it's not so much an invitation as it is a sort of a forcing. You have to reckon with the fact that the mind and the body are one and the same and are deeply connected. Secondly, we have the limitations of language. The psychedelic experience invites and, again, sometimes forces one into a space that exists outside of language. This is what Ludwig Wittgenstein calls sort of the mystical domain. And many of these issues with talk therapy sort of fall away once one starts working in these domains that are outside of language and outside of concept, as one often does when one is on a psychedelic. But talk therapy, again, relies on language and requires the use of language to flesh things out. The psychedelic invites us outside of that and to see that there is indeed something outside of that. Finally, we have this question of self-determination in one's own healing. There's quite a bit of stigma in the world around this question of self-medication. It's almost always used in a pejorative fashion to suggest that one is, medicating the issue away or drowning their sorrows, and indeed that does sometimes happen. But with these abundantly available and incredibly safe, ultimately, compounds, we have an opportunity to usher in an era of truly self-determined mental health care, people taking their own healing into their own hands, divesting from these oppressive systems, and often cultivating a relationship with their own medicine. psychedelics can also be produced at a scale and with a sort of low cost. The same is not true of pharmaceutical drugs. You can't just grow Prozac trees in your yard. I don't know what that would look like, but they can be grown and extracted, wink wink, at home. The same is simply not true of pharmaceutical drugs. And the psychedelic relationship can be forged and strengthened, and psychedelic healing can occur when, with or without the presence of a therapist. The same is not necessarily true of the therapeutic process as it exists now. So as I wrap this up, and I'm hoping to leave some time for questions, I want to sort of sketch out what I see as a vision for a more liberated psychedelic future, which again, you hear this word utopian or liberated and people think that it's these big lofty concepts. I think all of these are possible within our lifetimes and in this wonderful state of Oregon. Number one, my dream is that those who seek healing through the use of these drugs are able to enter into a non-alienated relationship with the drugs that they're taking. That we as a culture are given an accurate picture of the history, the pharmacology, the potential risks, and also the potential benefits of these drugs before we ever put them in our bodies. This is a sort of a dream of a real pleasure-based drug education, much like how we privilege pleasure-based sex education. You know, the hope is that we can usher in an era without fear and without paranoia and propaganda, where people can learn, starting at an appropriate age, what a healthy relationship with drugs looks like. That accurate, non-dogmatic, scientifically informed, and pleasure-based drug education becomes standard for the appropriate age groups. And finally, that if we ourselves are not the source of these incredible medicines, that we know and trust and are in relationship with the source of these medicines. Excuse me. Number two, that future generations may be inoculated against the propaganda and fear-mongering that has been forced upon us by this brutal war on drugs. And with that the notion of a bad trip or a bad drug even sort of becomes a distant memory as we're collectively liberated from our various paranoid attitudes about both the drugs we take and what's actually happening in our own minds and bodies. Number three, that we learn to live and to dance with these parts of ourselves that are animal or mysterious, at times sort of chaotic and frightening, but critical to a true understanding of both self and other. That we abandon this project of dominating and suppressing that within us which evades systematizing, which evades categories, labels, even data. And that we acknowledge that this project has deep roots in both patriarchy and white supremacy. And finally, that we learn to trust ourselves and one another to use these incredible tools called drugs with care and intention. That we don't rely on a sort of paternalistic, top-down approach to tell us what we can and can't do with our bodies and minds, and that we eliminate all barriers to access and bring a truly self-determined healing into the hands of the people who need them. And I'll end on one note that came to me actually during a psychedelic experience a couple weeks ago. Much like how the ego has this way of sort of grasping for relevance as it feels itself dying and fading into irrelevancy during a psychedelic experience, so too will the old paradigm and the old guard of mental health care struggle against the coming tide. But as I said at the beginning, the stakes are really high here. This is a crisis of epic proportions, and up until this point, we have utterly failed to adequately address it. We have an incredible opportunity here to reimagine what it means to be a whole and integrated person, and an opportunity to, as the great Anne Shulgin says, come home to ourselves and enter into a truly non-alienated relationship with ourselves. I'll end with a quote from the great R.D. Laing, great prophet of anti-psychiatry. There he is down there sort of glaring at you and judging you. Laing says, psychiatry could be, and some psychiatrists are, on the side of transcendence, of genuine freedom, and of true human growth. But psychiatry can so easily be a technique of brainwashing. In the best places where the straitjackets are abolished, doors unlocked, leucotomies largely foregone, these can be replaced by more subtle lobotomies and tranquilizers that place the bars of bedlam and the locked doors inside of the patient. Thus, I would wish to emphasize that our normal, adjusted state is too often the abdication of ecstasy, the betrayal of our true potentialities, and that many of us are only too successful in acquiring a false self to adapt to false realities. Thank you very much. Thank you. So grateful to be here, and thank you for your attention. I know there was a lot of data and a lot to take in. I do have time to take some questions if anyone has anything. Yeah, right there.
Oh, thank you. The 107,000 deaths from overdose,
Yeah.
Does that include alcohol?
That does include alcohol. I'm really glad you asked that question. In reality, we talk about the opioid crisis, which is undoubtedly a thing, but in truth, most of the fatal overdoses that we're seeing involve a combination of different drugs, and alcohol is the most common factor in a fatal drug overdose. And alcohol in general is an incredibly destructive and toxic substance, one that I myself and most of us probably enjoy from time to time, but the fact that we as a culture have been able to integrate alcohol successfully, that's debatable, but we take on these risks, car accidents, domestic abuse, all of the things that are tied to rampant alcohol use, we take these on because we see the ecstasy that alcohol brings us as worth the cost. It's debatable, again, whether or not it truly is, but we can no longer say that these are too dangerous or too risky. It's simply just not true. Thank you for that question. Yeah. Excuse me.
Hi, I enjoyed your presentation, though I'm just wondering with the two, because you did put a critique on conventional medication. You used the two graphs at the beginning, the one with the Hamilton score being the Hamilton score, and then the Corrigan graph, and I'm just wondering, I feel like there's more consensus out there of good evidence showing that these medications can help, and they are proven to alleviate the symptoms that go along with various disorders that are being treated. Though also I want to just kind of slide in there, I don't think that they're being administered and used quite right. And I guess, I mean, I personally have a huge, a really hard relationship with these medications. I'm not a fan of the way in which providers have used them to treat me. Yeah. And sometimes the medications in themselves I have a lot of distrust for, I guess. Yeah. But so I kind of like have a balanced view, and I guess I don't know, like isn't there more? First, I'll say the first thing is like, isn't there more evidence? Can you really disprove with those scores on those from those specific studies that these conventional medications don't have a place in therapy and basically therapy, and I think I'll stop there. I'm kind of like losing my train of thought.
No, that's okay. Yeah, thank you. It's a wonderful question. So I should make it clear that I don't believe that there's any such thing as a bad drug, so to speak. These medications absolutely do have a place, and I've worked with people who credit their lives as having been saved by a properly timed and dosed pharmaceutical intervention. The thing that I am critical of, and that I tried to sort of illustrate in this presentation, is that, first of all, they don't necessarily outperform placebo, which isn't an indication of them not working per se, more that there's something else going on behind the scenes when one enters into drug therapy. It's not necessarily the drug action. And the fact of the matter is that the side effect profile, right, destruction of libido, a true sort of like sinking in, sometimes the depression gets worse, they take quite a bit of time to kick in. These are highly imperfect drugs. And in my personal orientation, I lean more toward criticizing them than praising them, only because they have been so commercially successful and so well integrated into standard practice in medicine. But it's a very good point, and I appreciate your question.
Well, hi. So my question, also coming deeply seated in the therapist community and agreeing with so many of your criticisms here, the one that I think we're missing is the individualism that mental health has come to focus on.
Yes.
And how we continue, I think, personally, to victim blame
Yes.
individuals for a systemic problem. So I'm just wondering, in your liberation slide there, if there was a path in psychedelics that you could talk about that creates a more collective healing framework.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing that point up. That was one of those do I have time to mention it things. It was originally in the slide, and then I took it out at the last minute. So I'm so glad you brought that up. One of the remarkable consistencies across individuals that people report with the psychedelic is this feeling of unification, of coming together, of being part of something bigger than oneself. And I really do see that as an antidote to this rampant individualism that we're seeing in our culture. So much so that, you know, we could go deep on this, and we should talk afterwards, definitely. But a lot of what we're seeing, these mass shootings, these horribly alienated individuals, I think are real sort of casualties of a hyper-individualistic society. And the fact that psychiatry has been and is complicit in that is something that's desperately in need of change as well. And lucky for us, we have these incredible tools at our disposal that make people feel unified, that invite a sense of, I am more than just my body, I'm more than just my identity, I'm a member of this greater human community. So I think there's real exciting potential there, and thank you again for your question. I think we probably have time for maybe one more question, one or two more. Yeah.
So you pointed out the difference between psychedelic therapy and healing, but I was wondering with the coming standardization of psychedelic therapy, how we bridge the gap as we're using these therapies and everything. Does that make sense?
Sorry, so you're asking how to bridge the gap between the two? Yeah, that's an excellent question and would require probably a whole nother presentation. But on a basic level, I think it comes down to a question of respect for the individual relationship with the psychedelic. So under Measure 109, we're creating a kind of pigeonholed and highly specialized version of a psychedelic encounter that leads to a therapeutic outcome. My hope is, and among many of the psychedelic therapists that I consider friends and colleagues and beloveds, there is a deep respect and an understanding. But on a wider scale, as we talk about how we broaden this and make this more of a sort of accessible thing, that term gets thrown around quite a bit, but we have to give credence to both. And I think that the task is on people who are going to get trained or build training programs to make space for a diversity of experiences and to really respect each person's individual healing path. That includes maybe not even using psychedelics as their chosen medicine. You know, this gets us into more controversial territory, but yeah, great question, thank you. I think we have time for one more, yeah.
So based off the name of the organization that you lead, Rhizome, and your background in psychotherapy, I assume you take some inspiration from Ketura, Deleuze, the anti-Oedipus and such.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of curious, you know, with this new modality for therapy, how do you think we should approach conditions such as schizophrenia or even, you know, drug-induced psychoses?
Yeah. Oof. God, you guys are asking such good questions. Man, that's such a tricky one, right? The ethics are incredibly sticky when you're talking about someone who can't give consent. Ultimately, you cannot put them in a situation like this. However, in the clinical literature, if you care to dig into it, there are instances of full reversal of psychoses using high-dose LSD. It sounds crazy. This was from a different time in medical practice when the ethics were a bit looser. We couldn't necessarily do that now. I do think that there's potential there, and an interesting thing that quite a few clients have said to me is that a bad or a frightening encounter with a psychedelic gives them a sense of compassion and empathy for people experiencing psychosis, and makes the experience of walking past one of the many severely psychotic people out in the streets of Portland a different experience. There's a sense of like, you know, maybe there but for the grace of God go I, or like, I feel what you're going through right now. I can empathize and have compassion for it. As for the treatment though, it's gonna take decades before we fully metabolize these medicines into our culture. We're just scratching the surface as to what we could really do with these tools. And I do think that in the next, hopefully 40, 50 years, there will be a resurgence of that research. And then the question of whether schizophrenia is a, you know, relatable, sort of philosophically interesting response to a hyper-alienated culture, whole different conversation that we should definitely have at some point during this event. Thank you all so much. Incredible questions. It's an honor.
Give it up for Gabe! Woo! All right, everyone. I'm really excited about this next panel that we're bringing up here. We're going to start moving stuff around stage, but you are all about to learn about drug policy in Oregon, all of the recent changes that have came in the last couple of years, and where we're going. This is going to be a panel of experts representing a lot of different directions in this field, so get ready. It's going to be sweet. This talk is going to be moderated by Allison Holmes, our volunteer director at the Portland Psychedelic Society, and so I'm going to give the mic to her and start setting up. We'll see you soon. Are you hoping to introduce them one by one as they come on, or do you want the whole group to come up here and introduce themselves?
I think let the whole group come up and introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. How are we doing today? We're alive out there. We're feeling good. Day 2, still going strong. Awesome. I'm really excited about this panel. I mentioned yesterday, I really got my start in advocacy through drug policy reform. I was a part of Students for Sensible Drug Policy as a sophomore in college in Omaha, Nebraska, so that was fun. But that's really what's driven me here. That's how I found this path. Being involved in drug policy reform, seeing how criminalization was, disproportionately enforced in Black communities and communities of color, really drove my passion for this issue. And that's how I started on this journey and find myself speaking into a microphone today. So I would like to introduce our drug policy panel. They can go ahead and come on out here if they hear me. Yes. Okay, first we have Anthony Johnson. Right behind him is Elon Higgins, Noah Heller, Britt Rollins, Becca Martinez, and Dr. Angela Carter. There is a whole lot of brain power on this stage right now, and I'm a little intimidated, but also very excited. I think I'd like to just start with a pretty deep question here. So, with the implementation of Measure 109, we seem to be at a bit of a crossroads of either adopting equity-focused provisions or giving into the interests of well-financed multinational companies. What do you think Oregon can do to take the road of equity? And what should other states do from the inception of their psilocybin program so as to not go down the route of big business? This is a question for everyone, so just take a few moments. Is anybody feeling inspired to start, or I can choose?
I'll jump on it. All right.
Yes.
So the battle for equity and the battle against big business takeover in the United States of America is an ongoing battle no matter what law you pass. And we've seen that play out in other drug policy reforms, medical cannabis, cannabis legalization, and now it's going to be an issue with psilocybin as psychedelics are decriminalized, legalized, regulated for medicinal and otherwise use in the years ahead. It's likely to be an ongoing battle. So here in Oregon, I think that a major thing with 109 and other drug policy issues is continuing the fight to bring more equity to the system any way that you can. And it's going to take future legislation. It's going to be involved in rulemaking, but ultimately our regulatory agencies, in my opinion, tend to be very restrictive in how they regulate, and they tend to not know as much about drugs as advocates and experts who have been working in this field for decades. And so you have to educate them, reassure them, and they're trying to do a job that no one has done before. Oregon is leading the way with 109. No one's done it. There's no blueprint for them to follow. And so it's up to advocates, us, to inform the regulators, and if necessary, pass new laws and additional laws to bring more equity to the system. And we'll see how it plays out. I imagine it's going to be too expensive and have a lot of obstacles that most advocates are going to want. And so we're going to need to look to ways to reduce those obstacles and find ways to bring more equity to the system. An example in the cannabis realm, where we have the same issues as far as international, multinational corporations being able to buy out and kind of command the market. In Portland, they set aside a portion of the limited, the 3% local tax revenue to go into a fund to help women, people of color, people that have been disadvantaged as far as being disproportionately harmed by the drug war or disproportionately prevented from access to capital, get into the cannabis industry. So I think with 109 and other future reforms, issues like that, how we can have a fund to help people that have been disadvantaged, that have been discriminated against, how we can uplift people to be involved, as well as to provide access to people that may not have the funds that other people have.
Well said, Anthony. Thank you.
So one of the things that we've come up against, I serve on the equity subcommittee alongside Elon and Angela, is sort of a learning experience about what is even possible once a measure has been passed. And so we've had these incredible discussions and community engagements with all of these really innovative ideas about how we can create access to funding, access to opportunity and technical assistance, and removing barriers to participation. But again and again, we've run into the same challenges, which is basically being told by the well-intentioned leaders at the Oregon Health Authority that they don't actually have authority to create certain programs or to implement certain things the way that we've promoted. So it's like we're comparing, cannabis social equity programs and other things, and they're saying, well, we actually, the only authority that we have is to, what's written into the bill, which is not a whole lot. It's basically to, approve curriculum, test facilitators, make sure there's compliance, and even with their fees, their budget is really dependent on the fees that are brought in through applications. And so they're trying to make an affordable program, but they keep telling us, the more we add on to this, the more cost is going to get passed to the license seekers. And so we are in this sort of chicken and egg loop of like, how do we increase the resources that we're providing to people who are seeking to participate without increasing the cost for them. So I think one thing to think about with future states that are coming online is really slowing down. I've urged other states who have reached out, don't copy and paste Measure 109, please. Give us some time to see what works and what doesn't work. This needs to be an iterative process. We need to take what is working, and for better or worse, we're the first, and we're going to find out through failing as much as through succeeding what should be replicated and iterated upon. So I think one thing that would really help is if the financial structure is set up differently so that there is space for social equity programs and for state funding to cover some of that, as opposed to passing that cost on to the stakeholders.
Absolutely, well said, Becca. I also just want to note, Izzy Ali from MAPS quoted one time in a meeting, the population is asking us to legalize this, and we need to recognize the system that we're being asked to legalize it into. And that's where a lot of the root of our problem is coming from.
I will jump in. Am I on? Can you hear me okay? Yes. I got a mask on. It makes it kind of muffled. I apologize. So, yes, I would agree with that, very much so. We have this medicine that is so eye-opening and so connecting and so healing in so many ways, and we're bringing it into a system of capitalism that is built not to care for people as much as it is to care for money. And those are very diametrically opposed forces in a lot of ways. And definitely this system has the capacity to change this medicine a great deal, but the medicine also has a great opportunity to change the system. And so I think it's incredibly important that all of us in this work maintain our integrity and our alliance with the medicine and bring that into the work as much as possible in every way possible. All of these plants and fungi are teachers, and they will teach us one way or another through the merging of this medicine with our system. So yes, this is a system that is not built for people. It's a system that's built for, well, let's just get this out there and make it happen because the voters said so. And there's a lot of room for a lot of major fuck-ups. And those are important also. Yes, we are learning as we go. What we do here is not necessarily a reflection of what the end product will be, but the learning process is also important. So I think that, again, maintaining that integrity piece is really important for equity. This is also, this is a foot in the door. We're moving away from all drugs are bad into a place of there could be something good here, and it's going to take a long time for the system to come to understand that. And there are a lot of barriers, like how do we improve access for the communities who have been the most oppressed, the most marginalized? How do we get this medicine to the people who really need it? and through a system that's not built for that, truly. Like, we can't even call out, these people, these specific people who have historically experienced a lot of marginalization. We can't say we would like to give opportunities, extra economic opportunities to the Black community, to the queer community, because these are protected classes, and it's a two-way, it's built to protect, but it also denies people access to the equity that they should have. And one way is by calling out what is not a protected class, which is people who are marginalized by the war on drugs. We can call that out. It is not a protected class. Therefore, it can be used in providing governmental opportunities, providing scholarships, and so on, in a way that doesn't go against what we have systemically built in that denies people access. I could ramble on for a long time. I will let somebody else go. I'll talk more later.
That's an incredible point, Doctor. Being able to identify a population that has been harmed versus, a class or a race label, because that has been eliminated as a way to help or hurt people.
If I could just chime in briefly. I didn't really understand this until we were in recent meetings, but that there are, like Department of Justice, there are like rules around you actually can't call out specific, groups and races. And so I think what we've been sort of trying to workshop is, well, how do we acknowledge we can't say this group, but how do we acknowledge those themes and impacts that are intersectional and name those things? And I think that's what you're speaking to. And so talking about low income, war on drugs, there might be something there. I think I think being in in year 2 of this development process, we're trying to stay resilient and trying to stay engaged when it feels like we keep sort of being told, that's a great idea, thank you for that input. There's no way for us to do that. And so we're gonna continue to push even beyond the rollout. It sounds like the equity subcommittee will stay intact and continue to meet so we can continue to push those things even after implementation starts.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on it.
Oh,
I think Elon's got something to say.
yeah, I have some things to say. As serving on the equity subcommittee, that was a big step in my life to take with the state, with my life in general, because a lot of us don't like to do boards, because boards are, a lot of times when we're on boards, people serve on boards because you get clout from it, you get position from it, there's this thing that happens in a lot of boards, whether it's one of my knitting boards or whether it's one of my psychedelic boards, they all kind of have this thing that happens, this harm that can happen in them sometimes. And so when I decided to come on the equity board, it was not because I 100% agree with Measure 109. It was because I needed to be almost convinced that what I championed, what I rallied, which was access to psychedelics, access to psilocybin for everyone, in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's you need a journey in your house, whether it's in a clinic, whether it's anywhere, I want everybody to have access in any way that they are comfortable in. When serving on an equity board, you think that we talk a lot about solutions, like how are we gonna get equity in something that there's no equity built in. Zero, not one single dollar for marginalized communities that we are talking about, for queer communities, any of these communities, there wasn't one single dollar appointed. And so when we are serving on an equity community and we are not going towards getting that in any way, shape, or form, whether it's adding on, let's add one or two extra dollars to everybody who applies for a license at the minimum. Like, that's what we could have pushed for, and we can still push for. The problem is people saying, oh, it's adding extra onto everybody else who's applying.
let's be real, we're in Oregon. There's not a lot of marginalized and black people applying for licensing. It's big dollars, it's big business. Like, let's keep it real. We say, we don't want to put it on to but the people who are marginalized aren't the people who have had rights and haven't had access to education for psychedelics in the first place. So this is all very small. And so I'm disappointed in the equity board because we didn't have any of those things. It was more, we have time, we have deadlines, there's businesses. A lot of people serving on a lot of these boards are doctors and lawyers who we love and we support, and we need that. Absolutely, we need that. But it's a language, and a lot of us feel kind of left out of it. And me serving on a board, I feel even more, I feel like I'm being pushed further and further away from what equity is supposed to mean to me. And it feels like sometimes the equity is, hey, for a big business, hey, you're a person of color and you've been doing microeducation for 12 years and I'd like to get you on my board. And can I get you my diversity person? Can I do that? Because that's what we all see that's happening a lot, and I'm like, oh, I would love to serve on your board or anything that you are championing for if I can get something back. Because by me, coming with you and being a champion with you, that's like vouching for the rest of my community that what the moves that you are doing and everybody you're attached to is okay. And sometimes we find out the attachment to big dollar, big pharma is a lot closer, and that's one of the ways how they can get in is getting us and putting funds for the ones who speak the language, for the ones who are the doctors, and so that's a part of equity that we're still seeing here. We're seeing certain people get funding. We're seeing a lack of education while this is getting rolled out. So it's like we're gonna have service centers and educators and all this out, but there's something that needs to happen before that happens, right? I think that's where we're kind of stuck at, because Oregon had no barriers to entry, and like we said, we're all beginners in an industry that hasn't happened before. So there's no barriers to entry, and so because of that, we just have a lot of big pharma and big dollar coming in, and it's hard to go back now that we've allowed that in. So I want to think of how can we have done it this past year, even though OHA is saying, no, there's more. No, we can imagine 5,000 people have to pay $1 extra. That's $5,000 in licensing fees for BIPOC or marginalized communities. I'm pretty sure the people who are going to be applying for licensing in here would be willing to pay $1. It's not that hard.
Absolutely. Yeah, Alon, I think what you're speaking to is reciprocity is the least that we could do, right? That's the bare minimum. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Elon makes a good point, but I think really what is important to remember is that this is, sorry about that. I don't like this. I'll just be honest. No, but the truth is that this is an iterative process, and that we're in this very liminal phase of this movement where it is time to make sure that equity is at the center, that things are being talked about from the extent of, what is big business doing, who are the players, where's the money coming from, and making sure that there is a level of transparency, because I think that transparency breeds trust, and I think that that's where we're going to really be able to have the conversations about equity, right? We can't get to that table until we've really made sure that everybody knows who's showing up and why. But to the point of future states, right, it is to make sure we don't have a carbon copy reprint of 109, and that we make sure that states that are coming online realize that it's not just about regulation. Decriminalization is a huge component of this in the equity portion, and making sure that all drugs are decriminalized, because that's going to be a huge issue when it comes to really understanding equity and making sure that's a part of any regulated model. And so I think that we have to recognize those go hand in hand. This is iterative, but we're all here and we can make sure it keeps getting better.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that, Britt. This is a drug policy panel, not a psilocybin policy panel. So, great point.
I'd like to bounce off that decriminalization point. I come from the ketamine space. I benefited greatly from ketamine. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but I just have to say you all look great naked, so that makes me feel better. So I come from the ketamine space. I myself have benefited greatly from ketamine therapy. It helped me with my treatment-resistant depression that I had for my entire life. I ended up creating software for ketamine clinics, which meant that I worked with hundreds of ketamine clinicians and thousands of patients. And I saw that ketamine can have a transformative effect on one's life. Unfortunately, most people can't afford it. Ketamine costs $500 an infusion. Usually you have 6 infusions for your first go-around. So that's $3,000. Then generally once a month, it's another $500. That's $6,000. It's so $9,000, give or take, for the first year. I've talked to folks who do marketing for ketamine clinics. They exclusively focus on folks who make over $100,000. It's not covered by insurance because it was approved as an anesthetic in the 60s. It's not approved for the treatment of depression, so it's used off-label. And there's no incentive for the pharmaceutical companies to get FDA approval for using ketamine to treat depression because it's generic. And it's not a perfect corollary, but I think that there's a lot to learn from over a decade of ketamine clinics. And my main takeaway is this: legality is not the same as accessibility. You can make something legal, but it's still, if you put up a paywall, if it costs $3,000, then it's still prohibition. It's de facto prohibition. It's paywall prohibition, but it's prohibition nonetheless. So to answer, I guess, your initial question, what's the best solution? I think it's going to be really hard for 109 to be successful if the goal of success is for it to transform mental health care in Oregon. I think we really do have to look at decriminalization, full decriminalization, going beyond 109, which, I'm sorry, 110 or whatever, and whatever number it was, and protect growers as well, and create a culture of making this accessible to everyone who needs it. Because that, I think, should be our North Star, is accessibility for this life-saving medicine.
Yeah. Well said, Noah. Speaking of Measure 110 and 109, Anthony, why do you think Drug Policy Alliance chose Oregon as the breeding ground for progressive drug policy reform? Like, what made us the target audience?
First, just a disclaimer, I've worked with the Drug Policy Alliance. I don't work for them, so I am like speculating and giving my opinion, not speaking for them. But it starts with the fact that Oregon has been a leader on drug policy in general. The first state to decriminalize the personal possession of cannabis all the way back in 1973. Second wave of states after California to legalize medical cannabis. Second wave of states after Colorado and Washington to legalize cannabis for all adults after we legalized medicinally. And then in 2017, the Oregon legislature defelonized personal drug possession. One thing that a lot of people didn't know about, and actually as a former criminal defense attorney and a longtime drug policy activist, I actually didn't know that prior to 2017, possession of any amount of any drug other than cannabis was a felony. So it was a felony if you had not even like a gram, a speck of psilocybin mushrooms technically is a felony that can ruin your life. And in 2017, the Oregon legislature defelonized it, so made it a misdemeanor. And so though that progression of being a leader on this issue, and in addition to drug policy, voting by mail, bottle deposit, right to die euthanasia laws, Oregon has led the way on those issues, and so we are a natural breeding ground for progressive reform, both from our voting population, and then just practically speaking, we are a state that has the initiative process, and we have about 4 million people in this state, so it is much more affordable to run a ballot measure in Oregon than it is in California or Washington or bigger states. But what we have seen with progressive reform, even starting in what has seemed like really liberal states or progressive states like Oregon, is that impact can have an outsized impact on the rest of the nation. And so movements can start on the West Coast and then spread across the nation, and eventually you're picking up state after state after state, finding more allies, and eventually you're even having debates in Congress on this issue. And I expect we're going to, thanks to Oregon and other great advocates and research across the nation, we're going to see psychedelic reform, drug policy reform, really take off over the next few years, and it's something that Oregon can be proud of. But those are a list of reasons why Oregon kind of helps lead on these issues.
Yeah, makes sense. That history really set us up for where we are today. Totally.
Yeah, and I want to kind of add on a little bit of hope, because I think a lot of what we talk about as advocates, it feels like we are up against these huge forces, and we are, the ongoing drug war, capitalism in general, government bureaucracy, dealing with people in government that don't know as much as advocates do on this issue. But Oregon has shown, with all of its flaws and everything we're going to be upset about, that we can go from a state where in 2010 we arrested over 30,000 people for drugs in 2010, and now we're under 3,000 12 years later. And so that's people, yeah, that's, you know.
Yeah, that's incredible.
And that kind of starts to be the low-hanging fruit. I think that we can communicate to voters that the status quo of the drug war does not work. So let's start with ending criminal penalties, let's start with medicinal use, and then we got to continue the fight to build on. And it's an ongoing fight, and we can take that fight to the legislature. Rulemaking is always going to be a challenge with government bureaucrats. A lot of them are well-meaning, but they don't know as much as experts and advocates do. And they're always going to be real conservative in their actions, because they're trying to protect their jobs, and frankly, they don't know any better. And because they don't have much experience with psilocybin, if at all, or any other psychedelic. But we can take the fight to the legislature. We'll start finding more and more legislators that are sympathetic to the cause to get legislation introduced to improve the law. And then you can take the issue to various city councils to have local laws that can bring some equity to help improve the law. And the thing about Oregon, we have the initiative process, both locally and statewide, that we can take the issue directly to voters if need be. So there is, no matter the obstacles that we face, there's always hope that great people sharing information, speaking the truth, educating people, that we can continue to improve upon these laws, even though there's so many things we're not happy about right now.
Absolutely. I think coming from Nebraska, I am so inundated with what's happening in Oregon right now, but then I reflect back on where I came from, and I'm like, wow, we are ahead of the curve, you know? Like, we're really doing it here. So there's exciting things happening. There's a lot of energy here, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Speaking of this energy, this new energy, Ilan, as a Black woman born and raised in Portland, how is this new energy, how are these changes being perceived by the broader community?
Yeah. Perception. Well, I would say the number one thing that I, as a mycoeducator, was just wild mushrooms and diversifying the outdoors. There's been a big surge. We are getting shown now. We are getting lifted up. We know that that there are Black people who are killing off of psilocybin. However, we still know there is a huge wall with access and education, and we have stigma, and we have a lot of fear. And that fear has unfortunately, just like with any kind of other education, has separated the community from participating in events like this, from even having an inkling, how do you go to something that you don't know about? And so that's what's really hard, because I obviously have some education more than others in my community, but a lot of my community members are like, we're just waiting, and we're just seeing how this is rolling out. A lot of community members have been seeing how I'm being treated, and how my hard work, how it's been received by the psychedelic community, if it's being uplifted, if I've had difficulties, and how those difficulties have translated into my everyday life, especially being somebody who you can visibly see me or find me for the last 12 years at the farmer's market. You can see where I am mentally, and my community is watching. And even somebody the other day, they said, oh, I want to come to this psychedelic conference, but I'm going to let you and hear from some other people because I don't know how it's going to go. So there's a lot of apprehension, and it's, we know why. And when a lot of times people are saying, gosh, there's not an indigenous representation, there's not this and there's that, and I can't believe it. And it's like, no, believe it, because the harms are not only in the past, the harms are still happening. They're still happening, and it may not be in ways that are visible. There are ways that are grosser, if I can put it away. They're more systemic. And those are the things that we have to internally, me, you, all of us have to like think about those things and how they are blocking access to education and access to healing. And I would say right now there's almost like a zero access for the Black community in Portland, Oregon, especially as a local person. Because the focus has been businesses. The focus has not been educating our community. The society, yes, you guys have definitely education within yourselves, but as a whole, and me at the farmer's market, standing there with tens of thousands of people that have come up to me for years, there's still I hear a lot of curiosity and a lot of, I'm like, oh my gosh, psychedelics are legal. Psilocybin's 100% legal. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. There's harm, I'm trying to prevent things. But I would love for us to not only say, oh, this is what this community needs, because how do you tell somebody what they need when they don't know it's an option or hasn't had access? So I'm always like going back and forth between that, and also going back and forth to, since a lot of these communities, these new psychedelic communities or businesses have a lot of money. How do I send my community to those people, to those businesses for healing, when in the long run, who's getting the money? It's something I struggle with just legalization with 109 and there being zero equity. And so it's like, how do I continue to be a champion and advocate when I'm sending my people to, our community here? We have a few of us, I would definitely be like, you go her. But as a whole, do you get what I'm saying? Like, how do I feel comfortable when I might just be giving it to, I'm not saying there's a lot of big names I could be saying right now, but how? And are those, and if I am being a champion for those bigger businesses, are those bigger businesses, or any of the businesses, small, grassroots, I don't care how big you are, where is your social equity? Are you offering scholarships, free care, free education, free, and not using those faces that come and get education from you as your check off, but just offering it as a gift, as reciprocity, as reparations in that way.
To the audience of facilitators, of mental health therapists out there, please take in everything Alon just said. Let it sit, let it resonate. Find space to process what that means. Becca, as the founder of Alma Institute, how do you plan to extend opportunities for involvement to marginalized communities in order to support a more diverse psychedelic field?
Well, we're up against a big task. So a lot of where we've started is moving really slow. And even in spite of pressures from, regulators and colleagues to be the first in the field to launch a training program so that there's representation, it feels really, really important to slow down and not just have something that looks the part, but that is deeply doing the work at every layer. So internally as individuals on the team, we have a growing staff. It's predominantly women of color and non-binary people. Our board is 50% Black, 50% other races. Our advisors are predominantly people of color, queer and trans people. And it's not only about those identifiers, they're also bringing such a huge wealth of their own expertise. These are people who are respected in their fields, but we're not only drawing from the field of psychedelic therapy, we're drawing from drug policy, we're drawing from activists, underground healers, because what we really want to do is find a way to exist almost as secret agents in this above ground space and change it without getting too noticed. And I've spoken candidly with funders about that too, which is there's only so far I can go down the road with you until I'm going to say things that make you uncomfortable, and you're going to have to decide whether to write a check or not, And that's something that I think those of us who have the privilege of walking between worlds can really leverage. I'm a Chicana woman who can blend in at most white spaces and who can speak the language, and that's a privilege that I readily acknowledge. And my desire is to find a way to use that to shake things up. So moving resources is not just, oh, let's fund this individual project or this one, but let's actually form coalition. And once we crack the code, let's make sure that all the nonprofits that exist or all of the community-based organizations that exist have access to those same people who are writing checks, and that we're actually sharing it's not only capital, but the social capital that is the unspoken force in this whole field. And I think that's something that really needs to be acknowledged, So that's a piece of it, but I think in terms of the practical side, it dawned on me a while ago that if we kept only focusing on the equity subcommittee, I was gonna probably give up and burn out, because it was like we're banging our heads against a wall. And we've tried so many of these ideas that were lifted up today and pursued them and gone down the routes and just hit wall after wall. And so it really felt important to take some of that energy and move it into building, which is, okay, if this is the container we have, how can we plant some flags here that create as much possible equity within a flawed framework, while acknowledging in our training programs, in our communications, this Measure 109 is a tiny slice of a pie of broad drug policy reform and decriminalization that we need, and making sure that's not only something we talk about externally, but that we're teaching everyone who comes through our doors. If you're going to be benefiting from this work, if you're going to be providing this work, how can we do the inner work together to be advocating, to know that this isn't where it stops, that we have to be committed not only to reciprocity, but also to transforming the social systems that have created this. So it's a group of activists, and we're code switching a lot to get the funding we need. And you would be surprised, though, how many people there are who go, I've been donating to nonprofits in this space for a long time, and I've been waiting for someone to come along who just talks the real talk and can actually back up what they're doing, So all that to say, I think it comes back to community outreach, which is who are we in relationships with? Not only, oh, we're gonna reach that demographic, but who in our team has those close, lasting, long-term ties that our outreach is a natural expression of who we already are. It's not us forming a vision board or some marketing program of what our keywords are going to be, but true, deep, lasting relationship before and after. I think that's hugely important. And honestly, resource moving is a big piece of it. So when I talk to people who are more melanated or who are skeptical, we want to always make sure that they know, hey, at least 50% of our students coming through our program are going to have full or partial scholarships. And for those with the most economic need, we're actually going to provide a stipend of about 20% of tuition. So they're not only going for free, but they're getting paid in order to cover their childcare costs, to take the time off work, to get to the retreats. Because we have to be bold, and I've had so many funders say that's impossible, no one's going to fund that, and well, it's been working, and people are funding that, and they're continuing to back it, because they understand that without changing the cost and accessibility, none of it's going to happen. Yeah. It's just performative unless you actually get down to the dollars, so.
Totally.
Yeah.
That sounds amazing. That sounds really incredible. And I know that there are a lot of eyes on what you're doing, and the pressure is real, and you carry it with a lot of grace, and I admire that a lot. Noah, I know you've been a really big advocate within the way that this is being rolled out because of your experience seeking ketamine therapy. What do you think people are missing when considering working within the Oregon psilocybin services in starting a center?
Yeah. So after I sold my company, I looked into creating a nonprofit service center. Sorry. After I sold my company, I looked into creating a nonprofit service center, and I ultimately decided not to do it. And that's because it will be incredibly difficult to run a service center and not lose money, in my estimation. So obviously with ketamine, it's a very labor-intensive activity. There tend to be low margins. But then in addition to that, this is still a federally illegal drug, and that has downstream effects that are massive. Just some of the things that will mean if you want to open a service center is you can't get a loan because banks are FDIC insured. And if you want to rent a property and that property is mortgaged, meaning it's owned by a bank, you won't be able to do so. Because even if the landlord wants you to rent it, the bank is the one who owns it, and they are legally not allowed to do that. It means you won't be able to get a bank account. It means you'll have a cash-only operation like cannabis. There were over 100 armed robberies in Portland last year. Sadly, someone was murdered. So you're probably going to need security. The Oregon Health Authority requires you to open your books with 72 hours notice. As you can imagine, running a cash-only business will have tremendous accounting requirements, especially if they have to do it within 3 days, especially if you have to have your results always up to date. And so all these costs compound, and then legal costs and liability costs and whatever the costs are for licensing are going to make it very hard to break even. And my concern is, and this isn't true for Alma, but there are a lot of for-profit training programs out there. And it's going to cost $8,000 to $10,000, perhaps more. And I'm not sure how many positions there will be for legal facilitators if we can't have profitable service centers. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that we can't, but I don't know that we can. And what we're seeing is a risk shift, and we see this all over our economy, right? We ask the people at the bottom to take the most risk. So we're asking people to get more and more in debt. And I'm very concerned that people are going to be spending lots of money on these training programs, and we might be entering a recession. That means if you use your credit card, your rates are going to go up, and the chance of venture capitalists wanting to invest in service centers is going to go down. So that's my great fear there. I would recommend before anyone, and there's one additional cost that I want to talk about. It's really sexy. It's called 280E. I'm sure everyone's heard of it. It's a hot new thing. Essentially what it says is, so during the Reagan administration, there was an effort to stop drug pins from making any money. And so they said, you can't take any deductions. And so what that means is that in cannabis, you see a 70% marginal tax rate often. So that means for every dollar you make in profit, 70 cents go to taxes. There is this one proviso that says you can deduct cost of goods. So in cannabis, that's considerable, but it's going to be even smaller in psilocybin because it's a labor-intensive process as opposed to a material-intensive process. So that means the rates, the marginal tax rates that service centers are going to pay or individual practitioners are going to pay if you're an independent contractor might even be higher. So all this means is this program might not work. And everyone should do their due diligence before they pour their Roth IRA or whatever it is into chasing this dream. That's all I ask. I would urge you to check out an article. Unfortunately and ironically, it's behind a paywall. It's called Top Psychedelic VCs Share the Key Challenges That Are Keeping Them on the Sidelines of the First Legal Magic Mushroom Market. Because I don't care about payrolls. I'll just briefly read a point. And that is, this investor says he thinks that there are two reasons that these clinics won't be profitable. One is looking at ketamine clinics because they're so labor intensive, the margins are very thin, and then the issue of 280E taxes. So he said, even with kosher business models, you're dealing with razor thin margins, and once you take away the tax deductibility, you may be on the red in a lot of these business models. So my point is this. I've dealt with venture capitalists. I don't love them. They're greedy and often deeply problematic, but they're not stupid. And if they're not willing to invest in these service centers, we shouldn't be asking regular Oregonians to take on massive amounts of debt to chase this dream. So please be careful out there and do your due diligence.
Noah, I so appreciate the detail-orientedness in which you've analyzed these systems, and I think you have such a valuable voice.
I'm fun at parties. So.
It's such important stuff, though. Thank you so much. Britt, what role do you think NPA, the National Psychedelic Association, can play to ensure equitable access to these services in Oregon and as we see other states roll out?
Yeah, thank you. Well, just to address kind of what Noah was speaking to, it is a very hard, it is a very steep hill ahead of us when it comes to a lot of the infrastructure that's going to be required for businesses to take effect here in Oregon, and to ensure that small businesses and Oregonians have the ability to, take part in this new health economy that we're kind of forming around psilocybin services. And so from the MPA's perspective, you mentioned some of the things that we're actually trying to work on, is trying to look at other areas in which 280E has affected industries, cannabis specifically, looking at banking products, looking at accounting firms that understand 280E and who that should be applied to and who it shouldn't be applied to. And then insurance products. It's actually really amazing how hard it is to get even Lloyd's of London, who, if anybody doesn't know who they are, they're very famous insuring brokerage firm that would insure models' legs, right, back in the 1980s. That's the type of stuff they'll insure, but they won't insure this. And so really looking for opportunities to help maybe even the collective power to come together to provide these types of services. 4 million people is not enough. So the big thing here is how do we look to future markets and make sure that we are really expressing this need as it grows, looking at Colorado, looking at Washington, looking at other states, and kind of accounting for that growth so that way these products and services can be provided. Because they're out there. They've done it in cannabis, they've done it in some other places, so I think it's how do we modify that and make it, and help people understand what Oregon is doing is important and that it's going to be done elsewhere, right? And that is going to be up to everyone here who wants to participate in this, kind of measure. The other thing from a marginalized communities standpoint and the organization, the National Psychedelic Association, we're really focused on, the three main factors that I think that the medical system gets wrong, right? Representation, affordability, and accessibility, like geographic accessibility. And so really a state measure is going to allow for this, could allow for us to overcome some of those issues. At the same time, though, we need to make sure that, and at the MPA, we want to make sure that, the people who are putting out these programs, they really are focused on communities. That's where the healing is going to begin and end. And that because we're a professional association, we want to make sure that when we talk about representation in the facilitator class, that we're really not just talking about another kind of cog in a system, that we're talking about real individuals who have real careers here and can build something, hopefully, and that we're not letting big business come in and take over and take advantage of that and push this into some sort of repetitive hourly wage job where people get burnt out and can't do the healing they seek to do. So through the MPA, we really want to focus on facilitators and the service centers, providing them the products that they need to be successful, but making sure that the organizations like Rebecca's that are really making sure that this is equitable, receive the support that they need, where they're at. first and foremost.
Yeah. This is a complex and nuanced and pretty uncharted territory that we're working through here. You know, the medicines themselves are ancient and sacred, and there are many indigenous ceremonial practices that have been existing for millennia. But as far as incorporating it into our Western society and into our capitalist system, I think we're just seeing just how much it doesn't fit. And so I will be so curious. I am curious to just see the way that it goes. I'm going to shift gears just a little bit here. Dr. Angela Carter, I've heard you speak on many a panel. I've heard you speak in many a Zoom meeting, and many a equity subcommittee meeting. And one of the most profound things that I think I've ever taken away from what you said, I come from a drug policy background of harm reduction for more marginalized substances. And there was a time in speaking about psychedelics specifically that you used the phrase benefit maximization instead. And I want, first of all, I would love to have you just explain your reasoning for switching that wording up just a little bit. And also, I'm wondering, you know, how do we implement those strategies into the work that will be being done through Measure 109 and potentially further if other drug policy reforms are in play?
Well, first I would say that I would credit that phrase to Dr. Rachel Knox. She was the first one that I heard use it. And I'll go with a couple of different thoughts. With the benefit maximization piece, we're coming from a 50-plus year history of an assumption that, you know, it's essentially a demonization of altered states of consciousness. And, you know, it's fear-mongering, it's controlling people, controlling the way that they think, the way that they conceptualize the world. You know, there's spiritual practices, so many pieces. And so using the words harm reduction implies that there is harm in the first place. And so, you know, language shapes our thinking. So we have to switch it around. It's not harm reduction, it's benefit maximization. It's not substance use disorder, it's substance use disharmony. You know, there's so much that comes from language that will influence the way that we move this forward. And, you know, harm reduction or benefit maximization is very layered, nuanced thing. I mean, it can mean just sort of on a macroscopic level, making sure that someone's molecular interactions are not going to harm them. You know, maybe try and avoid lithium if you're going to take psilocybin so that you don't have a seizure. But it's also, again, layers and layers and layers up to the layer of bringing the concept that mental health is not an individual concern. It's not one person. And it's not, you know, like we have this whole concept of you are bad, you are morally wrong if you use drugs. There's something wrong with you. And this is an opportunity to turn that around and say, it's not the person who has even with the switch to, oh no, this is a mental health concern, this is a disease. It's not a disease of the individual, it is the disease of the culture. We are, I can't represent the OHA, but I can speak for myself. I grew up a queer kid in a place that really was not okay with that, and I was suicidally depressed from the time that I was 11 years old. I tried to kill myself a bunch of times throughout my youth and several times in my adulthood, and the reason that I am here is psychedelics. It was personally healing for me, but it was also transformational to my understanding of what we're all experiencing together. This culture is sick. This culture is killing us. You know, where does depression come from? Where does substance use disorder come from? It comes from a lifetime of harm from a system that doesn't care about us. And this is an opportunity for us to bring this eye-opening experience, this revelatory experience to the system that is causing harm. And, you know, I'm a Pollyanna. I am definitely, wide-eyed and hopeful in so many ways. And I see the two worlds colliding, and I see the shifting and the twisting of the medicine. And I'm nervous, I'm fearful that it will be distorted into something that is, here, take this pill, it will make your depression better, in isolation outside of the entire system. And what I keep having to remind myself is that this medicine, all of it is trickster medicine. And it finds a way, one way or another, to change everything it touches. I'm sort of straying off of harm reduction here, but it's a harm reduction to bring to the system, no, this person is not depressed because they have a mental health disorder. They are depressed because they have been oppressed their whole life. And bringing that recognition will eventually transform mental health care. I was a primary care physician for 10 years, worked primarily with the queer and trans community, and every day I would go to my office and I would sit with my people and I would try to help them as much as I could within the system that was around them, and it was horrifying. It was so painful to watch people hit the same walls again and again. It's a maze, and you can see where the walls are, but you can't do anything. You can't shift them, which is why I left medicine, in part. I also had Lyme disease, and I had to quit for a while. But I moved to government and to board work, hoping that there could be a possibility of changing the system that my patients were running into and bloodying themselves on a daily basis. And this is communal medicine. It may be that one person is taking it, but that one person has a transformation that they then take out into the world, and they change everything that they touch. This is magic. This is medicine on a cultural level. We are starting it here. We are bringing it to the mainstream, which will it's a double-edged sword. It will provide this medicine to a larger group of people if we do it right, and we have to keep pushing to do it right. I mean, that's harm reduction. When I walked into this initially, I was terrified of conflict. I was just like, oh no, I just have to calm things down and make things okay and find unity. And at this point, I'm really realizing that that's not what needs to happen. We have to start fucking shit up. That's the harm reduction. I mean, there's some harm in the process, but it's like bring the conflict, bring it to the global attention so that for the greater good, all of these people can find healing, can have this opportunity, so that we can start to transform our government, so that we can start to transform these systems that people run into again and again and hurt themselves. And, you know, I see this as, you know, my own personal experience of not being dead. I want people to have access to that. My own personal experience of recognizing that, oh, it's not me. It's not me. It's this weird, fucked up system that somehow we've built, and, you know, the people in power have been the people in power for so long, and there's so much work that needs to be done, but it brings this revolutionary understanding and conceptualization of cultural healing. We have to heal the culture, we have to heal the systems before the people are ever gonna get better. You know, you can put a person in a room with a facilitator and they can have a wonderful, amazing psychedelic experience, and then they walk out of that room and they're right back in it. They are back in the pain, they're back in the marginalization and the harm, and it's not gonna help people long term if we don't change the way that we do things on a large scale. And, you know, Oregon is a big chunk to bite off, but I think that there's a lot of possibility here to reduce harm on a wider scale if we can just find a way to use their system, use their words, use their processes to push it back on them. And I don't know what exactly how to do that yet. I you know, I'm learning. But, you know, going back to harm reduction is macroscopic, it is microscopic, it is making sure that the person who is sitting with you and supporting you in a facilitated journey understands the trauma that you've been through, understands your experience as a part of the fabric of this culture, so that they can, one, support you through that pain, and two, not make it worse. Harm reduction is, it's finding a way to empower the community to come together and say, hey, let's do a cooperative for insurance, so that, you know, we'll all put money into a pot and we will all take care of each other in doing this work. And, you know, we're not going to sit here and, like, not be protected in this system that wants to harm us. It's bringing community together. It's about reciprocity. It's about, you know, caring about the people that you're next to. And that is what the medicine brings on so many levels. And I'll just sort of taper off there and stop.
Angela, there's always so much substance in the words that you have to share. And I find myself looking through a different lens every time you share a different perspective. And today what I'm kind of taking away is, you know, you said that not to look away from conflict. And boy, has that been a message to me from from my mushroom experiences, right? There are no bad trips, there are only challenging experiences, and some of those challenging experiences have been some of my most profound takeaways that have influenced my own personal journey. And being a student of social work, harm reduction is microscopic, it is macroscopic, and if we see those challenges as learning experiences and how to make change from here, that is harm reduction, that is risk or benefit maximization, quoted to Dr. Rachel Knox. A lot of this has been heavy. We're concerned. There's reason to be concerned, and yet we are in uncharted territory, and there's a lot of excitement behind what we do. When we get into the nitty-gritty, we're not quite sure how it's going to pan out and affect all of our communities. And I think it's important to hold that and to recognize it and to not look away from it. Challenging experiences. At the same time, I don't want to have everything be so harsh. So I'd like everybody to share what is one thing you are most excited about in this upcoming next year in Oregon drug policy? Shifting gears.
I will start out. And I commend everybody that is sitting on these committees and boards to affect the change the best you can amongst regulators. It is a tough fight. I've been on these boards. I probably won't be on one ever again. I prefer. I've heard a lot of wisdom on this stage, and part of that wisdom for me, is kind of know thyself. I feel like my role is better, a little bit on the outside, helping change the law to fuck shit up. And and so what I'm excited about, and one thing I like to keep in mind is that I'm excited about the community, right? So I think amongst whatever drug policy space you're in, you have the industry, and then you have the community. And amongst the industry, there's been hope with cannabis industry, now the psychedelic industry, because of our countercultural roots, the fact that we've been to varying degrees stigmatized, persecuted, oppressed, that when we rise up in these new industries, we're going to be different. We're going to have equity. We're going to uplift people of color, women, and then we run into venture capitalists who can buy off politicians and control boards and hire all the lobbyists. And while that gets all the attention, and that's why we should, or most of the attention, and that's why we should do our best to impact the regulated system as much as we can to make it as equitable, and it's going to be an ongoing fight that goes on for years and decades. The regulated system is not the end-all, be-all. So you have the community of people like here in the Portland Psychedelic Society and other realm who can share knowledge, who can share healing. Our decriminalization law does need to be improved. We need to improve the possession limits. We need to decriminalize cultivation beyond just a possession. But our benefits of the decriminalization law allows for creative people to find other ways outside of the regulated system of sharing, healing, and uplifting people. And just because you're not on a Fortune 500 company or a CEO making a big salary, you're basically operating as a nonprofit, or you're doing what you can while you have another side job. Just because you're not making that big money doesn't mean you have less value, right? Oftentimes, more of that value is the impact you have amongst other people. So the thing I'm most interested in is building up our community, irrespective of what the industry does.
Building up that community and checking out the Psychedelic Workers Collective, right? Yeah. Do we want to go down the line, or we can popcorn?
Okay. What I look forward to the most within the 109 or just legalization is, I think because of this past year, I'm gifting, growing our own. I hear a lot of, even just in our speaking lots, it's so hard, it's so complicated, it's, oh my gosh, we have so much to go against. I'm like, whoa, let's take this back. I'm pretty sure everybody in here who has had the joy of experiencing psychedelics has not done it on these systems, right, with these systems right, at all. Right. So I'm like, okay, one of the ways that we can break down some of those big systems is having control ourselves. Mm-hmm. And so if we're allowed to gather and grow our own and gift, hey, you know what? That's going to be less money that is spent. I mean, not everybody's going to be for this, but it's going to be less money that's going to be going into licensing, and that's fine with me. That's fine with me. Less money spent on I know there's businesses in here, training centers and training programs, because right now I went to a couple of festivals for my first time, bigger festivals, and it's the new yoga teacher training thing, psychedelics. It's the new, everybody's going to be certified, there is going to be a block up, as we were hearing earlier, and so I'm like, great. I want this new yoga teacher to take me through. No, I'm good. And so I do believe in the power, for me, working more on the decrim side with gifting and gathering and growing our own is going to be a big impact and get a little bit of power back that I feel like has been kind of lost and not concentrated on at all. So that's what I look forward to.
Yeah.
You won't find optimism as a special skill on my resume, so it's hard for me.
A little closer to your mouth now.
But I will say this. One thing that I'm excited about is folks are learning from what happened in Oregon. There's a measure in Colorado, there's going to be a ballot measure that kind of adopts much of what 109 is about, and activists demanded that there also be full legalization. We should never pass a bill like 109 again. We should never do legalization without full decriminalization. Let's make that clear to the funders. We won't participate. We will oppose. So let's teach others, and let's continue to build on 109 or 110 and build a culture of decriminalization. Let's do it locally. Let's do it statewide. Let's focus on that, and we will get the plant medicine to the people who need it no matter what.
I think I'm most hopeful in the next year of just the potential and the possibility. I like to consider myself fairly heart-centric. And as a gay man who experienced quite a bit of shame growing up and a lot of repeated trauma, right, from that experience, I know that this is a new avenue, another path in the continuum of care. So others like myself who come from religious or very conservative backgrounds can find healing, and so they can move forward. It's hugely important. I think that so we can think about the problems and that there's a need for better regulations or more or less or full decriminalization, all of these things. But the hope is still right. We are all here, I think, and that's the potential these medicines have for just so many people and the healing power behind them. And so there isn't one right path. We need all the paths, and we need to make sure all those paths are readily available to us as we go down our healing journey, and we look to these substances to help us heal. So my hope is that, yeah, I mean, it's for the LGBTQ community, it's for the BIPOC community, it's for all those who have experienced these types of traumas that these medicines have, at least in my experience, really magical qualities with and healing abilities. So that's my hope. It's for all those who can get a little bit more out of the world.
Just this year. So much to look forward to. One thing that's been on my heart recently is the transformative path that each individual goes through and or really ought to go through before holding space for another person. And I am so eager and so excited to get off my computer and out of fundraising meetings and to be in a room on a piece of land with our first cohort and be able to look around and say, holy shit, look, it's happening. And to start a journey that's not only, we're going to prepare you for this job and career, but we are going to be transformed together in the process. And a lot of the people, you know, thanks to all of the reasons that we have, the barriers we have, a lot of people who would be amazing space holders haven't had access to experiencing plant medicines, psychedelics, and other substances for themselves. So to provide a space where they can finally feel good about doing that gets me really excited. Just seeing those sort of light bulbs come on and seeing people really like lean into their own healing and expansion and discovery in their own ways, I think is going to be so rewarding and make a lot of the grind that we've been on for the last few years since we were, you know, out getting signatures for 109, I think it's going to make it worth it, seeing that this is, it's about real people and real lives, and I don't think focusing on the scale and the numbers is really needed. I think we can do like the mushrooms do and be mycelial, and it's really this web, so whether it's 5 people or 1 person or 5,000 is really irrelevant because the web is moving connection to connection. So that gets me really jazzed, and I think the other thing I would say is thinking in the scope of 1 year feels difficult because we are on this grand turning and the shift, and we can't, it feels so urgent and immediate with, you know, Rolling Stone and all this like external chatter. But for us, it's like we can't even see how profound these shifts are that are happening because they're subtle, and we're doing intergenerational healing backwards and forwards in time. And so I think holding that perspective and looking at my son who's 8 and knowing that the world he is going to be coming into is different than the world that I came into or that my elders came into, I think holding that perspective, even though there's dread and terror, especially with recent events, there's also hope, which is things are shifting, and we can continue to trust that and continue to go towards it. And like Laura Riley spoke to yesterday, there's slow unfolding. Not everything has to be this harsh, abrupt, now, force, burn things down, scorched earth, heal your trauma today with a blast off. I think that's more of the same dominant culture that we've had. So I think the gentleness and the patience and the embracing the process and thinking like nature, I think that's worth getting excited about too.
I think that I am both very excited and also terrified to watch both the Measure 109 and 110 programs launch, and to try and learn myself how to embody what I think these programs are intended to be, so that that can filter out to all of our 110 grantees and into their programming and into the care that they give the people who come to them. I'm really excited about all of the people who will not get arrested this year, because we've made it a little bit better. There's still a lot more to do. I think, you know, complete decriminalization is hopefully not too far off, but again, I am a Pollyanna. And I have a lot of hope. So I'm looking forward to learning how to teach people to come together in community and heal each other and heal the culture, heal our community. And, you know, we have, I'll just briefly, we have such a broad and diverse set of beliefs in this state around harm reduction even. Like, you know, in Columbia County, you try and do harm reduction and the people in politics there are gonna hunt you down and blacklist you. Versus, you know, maybe in Multnomah County it's a little easier, but there's just so much work to do, and there's so much, you know, sharing of knowledge between all of these different groups to help all of them learn how to do the work better. So I'm excited about, you know, that many fewer prison sentences. I'm excited about that many fewer people dying. I'm excited about that many more people getting access to services that they need. I'm excited about the magic of psilocybin washing over the state. You know, there's just, it's not going to heal everything. There's going to still be a lot of work to do, but I can't help but feel optimistic. It's going to be rough, but it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, thank you all for leaving us with some bits of hope and a trajectory of a to-do. I love the passion of still working towards decriminalization, further decriminalization, full decriminalization, because while there are folks who will not be criminalized or who will not go to jail or prison, there are still folks who are being criminalized for these substances. Folks who are actively growing and gathering, and the sources of all of the experiences that we are all here to celebrate, they are still at risk. Their lives are still at risk. Their work is still at risk. And I think that's a huge calling of why I'm here today, is to help people see that there is reason to recognize and celebrate Measure 109 and Measure 110, but that there is so much more to do, and we are not meeting the communities who have been most impacted by the war on drugs, and doing what we can to walk that instead of talk that. I just got my 5 minutes left sign up there. So maybe a time for maybe like 1 or 2 questions? Yeah.
Thank you. This is really hard for me to say. So I'm aware that I can be excluded for what I'm about to say, and I hope that you can realize that I have a lot of respect for all of you, and I'm saying this out of my heart, and that is I just want to make sure we understand exactly what we mean when we say equity. I am not a liberal, so I just want to make sure that we don't overshoot and end up excluding the diversity of thought that exists in people who don't necessarily believe what I guess we'd have to call liberal or whatever you want to call it. It's really easy to destroy things and fuck them up. It's really difficult to build them again. So I just want to make sure we don't destroy things that in our anger of our oppression or whatever, that are going to be incredibly difficult to rebuild. So I just want to make sure we don't judge people just based on what their skin color looks like, because you can look at me and think that
I'm sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, how are you going to avoid that? How do you avoid overshooting and basically eliminating people who you think don't have the right to speak? And how do we include that diversity of thought between all people, not dependent upon what they look like? And I hope that you don't feel like I'm being disrespectful with that question. So.
Well, I would say that our system is set up to not overshoot as far as equity goes. So an unequitable system is basically what we have. That's the status quo. So the ability to overshoot that, I don't think it's going to happen. And as far as diversity of thought, that is open up forums like this that you can express your opinion. You can contact the Oregon Health Authority to give your opinion. You can speak at the legislature. So we all have our different points of views. And I think that we do need to be open to everybody's points of views, not burn bridges, work across the aisle politically, demographically. I do believe this is a nonpartisan issue. There are conservative, liberal, libertarian, whatever reasons to oppose the drug war, to support people being able to heal themselves with medicinal uses, and we should be open to those thoughts. But as far as overshooting equity, I would love to think that could even happen.
I think another really important part is, we're talking about the people who've been harmed by the war on drugs, and listening to those who have that lived experience, listening to those within the communities who lived in those experiences, who were persecuted disproportionately. Listen, as Hanifa very beautifully made us practice yesterday, listen.
Any kind of reaching out to the tribes, if any of the tribal governments have been worked with at all for this? I realize they have their own set of laws, but if they could join in, that would be an amazing ally to have.
Do you mean for, hello? Do you mean for 109 or 110 or both? In general. So OHA has, and actually all governments have a requirement to do tribal consultation. And so the system in place was that with 110, basically, I can speak to that. I'm not on the OHA side for 109, but there is basically a presentation given to tribal health directors, information is shared, input is received, changes are made to rules and laws so that they do align with tribal sovereignty. And, I mean, there's always more that could be done, for sure. We have several tribal members and other Native folks who are on the Oversight and Accountability Council for Measure 110. Measure 109, we have a tribal representative who just joined the board. It took a long time to find someone who could be a part, and there was a period of time in the beginning where we didn't have tribal input. We didn't have input from the Native community directly on the board. And I know that was not because of, there was a lot of effort to find people. And, I can't speak for the Native community because that would, it's just not appropriate. But my perception is that there is concern because, so first of all of the tribal land that's in Oregon and anywhere else is federally regulated. So Measure 109, Measure 110 do not apply on tribal land. There is no access to the services of either measure available on tribal land. And that I think that there could be some reticence to getting involved in this process because of the history of marginalization that's occurred. Again, I do not want to speak for tribal communities. I don't want to speak for Native people, but there are systems in place to consult. There definitely could be more, and I'm really excited to have Angie Butler on Measure 109 board now, and looking forward to working with her and hearing from her. But yes, I agree. There is a lot more. There's a lot more that could be done.
Yeah, I think Anthony and Alon also both spoke to how challenging it can be to be the diversity person on the board, to represent your tribal heritage on the board, and you try your best to speak up, and then it's not it's not put into practice. So it's a really difficult position to be in, and there is rightful reason for these communities to have so much distrust in the government that has historically done nothing but harm. So that's heavy. That's heavy, and we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do as white people, as a white person standing up here. I see it as my duty to listen, and do my best to ask the hard questions when the microphone is in front of my face. With that being said, this has been a beautiful panel, and I want to thank all of you so much for being here and sharing your wisdom, your expertise, your experience. and let's keep being the head of the curve of the United States here in Oregon.
Thank you.
You guys are good to go. We're good to go. Unless you have any final thoughts? No?
Let's give it up for our panelists one more time.
I'd have to step out of here, but I'd also like to tell everybody that being a Portlander, being a Black Portlander, Good in the Hood Festival is happening right now this week, and my market booth is at King Farmers Market, only till 2, but I've been there selling wild mushrooms for over 10 years, and it's really nice to be able to, for the first time in over 12 years of having markets, to be able to like not only educate my community, my Temptress Truffles family on wild mushrooms, but be able to walk 4 blocks and come here and be able to talk about drug policy and the growth of psychedelics in Oregon. It's just like so good for me right now, and I feel like it's coming full circle. So, yeah.
All right. I just want to give the microphone one more time for those who weren't here this morning to my friends Ash and Saki to talk about the Psychedelic Workers Collective and the important work that we're doing to organize the workers of this movement. So if you're interested in becoming a facilitator, just stay tuned.
Thank you. Thanks, Evan, and thank you all so much for having us here. How about one more hand of applause for the awesome panel and speakers here this weekend?
Yeah.
So, as Evan mentioned, my name is Andrew Arasaki.
And I'm Ashley Arasaki.
And we are here to represent the Psychedelic Workers Collective of Portland. As a collective, we are starting to legally trend new waters with these ancient healing modalities. And while Measure 109 and 110 are right-minded strides, our team really saw a shortfall in the fact that there's no protection or representation for the individuals on the actual grounds doing the work. And we overall just saw a huge gap in accountability.
And it's really a privilege to be here with you all representing the Psychedelic Workers Collective of Portland, which is a union framework. And we created this really to protect workers, advocate for fair wages and benefits, ensure culturally competent and honorable practices are happening within these facilities, and provide resources, social support for really the tremendous heart-centered work that we as facilitators do. But most importantly, just on the ground, amplify the voices of these workers and help them have more knowledge and comfortability within knowing their own rights, and while in times advocating for themselves, but also knowing that you have a team behind you of advocates as well. And we stand before you today really excited and really jazzed. But if I can be completely transparent, also with some fear, with some hesitation. We see these incredible practitioners and practices itself, the possibility of really just falling into these already programmed capitalist and bureaucratic frameworks. And if we really want to usher in a new earth, it doesn't just start with these services we are providing, it starts with how we treat the people who are providing the services. And as we can predict for the future, we hope to see similar legislation continue to be passed across the US. And we've opened this chapter in Portland for our families, our communities, but also to hopefully inspire this union framework for cities and states across the US as well. And while our collective is in its birthing stage, the vision is not. And if you're interested in anything we've briefly said, I know some of y'all heard our spiel this morning too. We are in the back, we have these stickers, and on the back of the stickers, you're gonna find our URL, and it's a landing page where you can just throw your email in there, and we'll be in contact with you with more information. And it's also a way to access meeting times and getting connected with your community.
Awesome. And I also wanted to take a moment to share a little bit about myself. And we've been sharing on perception and identity and trust today. And while I have many identities, I feel compelled to share one of which is that I am a co-leader of this union and also a 3-time convicted felon for plant medicine. I'm nervous to say this to you today as I'm still working on the deprogramming, the idea that because I use plant medicines as a part of my healing, that I am a bad person. And B, to also spread the word that I want anyone to know that anyone that has a history like mine, or anyone in a black or brown body, to know that we are a safe place you can come to for safety. Thank you all, and we appreciate your time.
Thanks everyone so much. We're gonna break for lunch, but we're gonna be back here at 1 p.m. to see Simon Yugler talk. Thank you, everybody. Please buy a t-shirt. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started, folks. If you can find your seat, wrap up your conversation, get their number. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is helping change the world in a lot of ways through his work with men. He's a good friend of mine and someone that I really look up to in this life, and someone that has planted a lot of seeds of hope in my heart and in my belief that we can grow into a world with healthy, lovable, and loving men. So, Simon Yugler, with a master's in depth counseling psychology from Pacifica Graduate Institute, Simon is a psychedelic therapist, writer, and educator based in Portland, Oregon. Working with Jungian psychology, internal family systems therapy, and mythology, Simon also draws on years of experience learning from indigenous cultures around the world. He has a background in anthropology and experiential education and has led international journeys for young adults across 10 countries. He currently works as a retreat leader and therapist with Myco Meditations, one of the world's leading legal psilocybin-assisted therapy retreats based in Jamaica, and as a curriculum advisor for Alma Institute, a psychedelic training and mentorship nonprofit based in Oregon. Give it up for Simon Yugler.
Stand still. The trees ahead and bushes beside you are not lost. Wherever you are is called here, and you must treat it as a powerful stranger. Must ask permission to know it and be known. The forest breathes. Listen. It answers, I have made this place around you. If you leave it, you may come back again, saying here. No two trees are the same to raven. No two branches are the same to wren. If what a tree or a bush does is lost on you, you are surely lost. Stand still. The forest knows where you are. You must let it find you. So, as Evan said, I've been working for the past year as a retreat leader and therapist with a company called Myco Meditations down in Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Doing this work week in and week out with over 100 people at this point. And every integration circle I lead, every men's group circle, every public talk or lecture I've given, I read a poem. And I do this for two reasons. The first reason is to honor the elders in my tradition, which is the mythopoetic tradition and the tradition of depth psychology. These are people like the late Robert Bly, the mythologist Michael Meade, who lives up on Vashon Island, Clarissa Pinkola Estes, and the legendary archetypal psychologist James Hillman. The second is because we all just shared in a collective moment of inner imaginal exploration, which is also an exploration of the soul. So that means right now in this room, we are a community. Can you guys feel that? Evan graciously asked me to present my master's thesis for this symposium, which is the title of this talk today. This is a massive honor, and I just want to take a minute and thank you, Evan, for all the work you do and for this invitation to speak here. But honestly, I wrote that thesis 2 years ago. And I think we can all agree that a lot has changed these last 2 years. I'm a different person than I was 2 years ago, as I'm sure all of you are. And our world is quite a different place than it's been. So I'm going to be talking about something a little different today than what is advertised. So, sorry, Evan. Instead, I'm going to be talking today about what some of this earlier academic research was actually pointing me towards, and what I've actually been learning on the ground and experiencing, writing about, thinking about, and working with people on for this past year, working in what I call the psychedelic trenches. So, 3 things: initiation, integration, and cultural repair. The first part of this talk, we're going to be talking about initiation and liminality. This is more, I would say, where this thesis research left off. The famous scholar of comparative religions, Mircea Eliade, wrote, "It has often been said that one of the characteristics of the modern world is the disappearance of any meaningful rites of passage. Modern man's originality, his newness in comparison with traditional societies, lies precisely in his determination to regard himself as a purely historical being, in his wish to live in a basically desacralized cosmos." We're going to return to that idea of what it means to live in a desacralized cosmos later on, but I think you can see where this thread is going. Who's familiar with this? I see some hands. Great. Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey. I'm sure many people are familiar to this. A wonderful blueprint in many regards. And a wonderful model for us to conceive of the initiatory and the psychedelic experience. But I feel like if I hear one more podcaster talk about the hero's journey, I'm probably going to lose my mind. So there's some considerable pros and cons to this thing, which let's just take a minute to explore before we get too down that road. Pros. So Campbell's Hero's Journey, aka the monomyth, which is also kind of riddled with problematic connotations, it offered a complete revisioning of mythology as a discipline. It reignited a globally relevant interest in the study of myth, and it helped bring psychology and mythology back to the masses in a very significant way, right? These are all wonderful things that we should celebrate. But the cons, Campbell wrote The Hero with a Thousand Faces in 1948. He was a white American man writing in the late 40s. The book and the framework completely fails to acknowledge colonialism and the realities of history. And this is the piece that I find myself returning to again and again, especially in psychedelic work with people, is that it reinforces the Western cultural archetype of the lone hero as the ideal of achievement and success. We'll also come back to this a little later on. The Phantom L appeared. Okay, well, we're gonna be talking about tricksters later, so once they're invoked, you better be careful. So this is a more simplified kind of visual representation of what this hero's journey or initiatory framework really speaks to. I think it's a wonderful, loose guide for approaching the psychedelic experience. You have what's called the separation phase, which we could look at as preparation, understanding where someone is coming from, and the process of disentangling oneself from everything that has come before. There, in the middle, we have what should be called the liminal phase, which is, as far as psychedelic work goes, the trip. It is a state of consciousness that is between two different states, kind of illustrated here. And then third, we have the return journey. The hero goes down into the underworld, experiences some ordeal, battles some dragon, as it were, and comes back to the community. This is where integration takes place in the psychedelic experience. So just real quick, I'm a kind of an etymology nerd. The breakdown of the word liminal comes from the Latin limen, and it means a threshold or a passage or the in-between. Victor Turner, who is an anthropologist, elaborated on this idea of the liminal and rites of passage, probably one of the most significant anthropologists to study this in tribal cultures, specifically in Africa. And he wrote that liminality tempers the pride of the incumbent of a higher position of office. Liminality implies that the high could not be high unless the low existed, and he who is high must experience what it is like to be low. So there's a social and cultural function to going into the liminal state of consciousness that we can see. Can't we all see how so many of our leaders might benefit from such an experience as this? Hello. Turner also coined this phrase of betwixt and between. The liminal state, you are betwixt and between two different realities. And I think it is safe to say that, we are all betwixt and between right now. Could we not look at this current time on our planet and in our country and describe it as a place betwixt and between two different worlds and realities, two different cultures, perhaps? Some say that humanity is undergoing a collective rite of passage, a collective initiation in this moment in time. I believe that psychedelics can and are playing an important role in this, and this isn't just based on my enthusiasm for these medicines or this current moment that we find ourselves in, but is actually based on an archetypal signature that is woven into psychedelic plant medicines and the experiences that they evoke in us. Yet as we orient ourselves to this collective state of liminality that you and I are all living through, we are asked to actually more deeply understand the archetypal nature of this place. The role of the shaman or medicine person in indigenous cultures is both to live in and facilitate travel through liminal spaces. Birth, death, sickness, initiation, you name it. There's a cultural function of this space. In myth, this role is embodied by gods of the threshold, passages and exchanges, often called the trickster. I told you we were invoking the trickster. Anyone who was here earlier for the drug policy panel heard Dr. Angie Carter also invoke tricksters as being connected to psychedelic medicines. These are just a few of the mythological figures that tricksters manifest as across the world. Hermes from the Greek tradition, coyote and raven from Native American mythology, Eshu and Legba from the Beninian and Yoruban traditions of West Africa, Loki from Scandinavia, Anubis from ancient Egypt, and Tezcatlipoca from the Aztec mythological world. Interestingly, also, I should say, missionaries loved these gods because they were the perfect palette over which to paint their image of the devil. And there's a reason for that, because ritually and culturally speaking, these figures, these beings, had certain functions. And those were to, one, mediate an ongoing relationship between the earth, the spirits, and the human community, to forge alignment between humans, nature, and the gods, to venture into and out of the other/underworld, and to escort others as they do the same. Is any of this sounding familiar to anyone? Michael Mead, wonderful storyteller and local elder in our community here in the Northwest, wrote that initiation never ends. When rites are ongoing, a person can move from being guided through the emotions and spiritual ordeals to preparing the rites and to helping pull others through them. So right here we can see that initiation isn't a static process with a beginning and ending, but actually needs to be paid forward, right? Which leads us to the second thing we're going to talk about here, which is integration. Carl Jung, in his autobiography, wrote, "I felt that at some time or other I had passed through the valley of diamonds, but I could convince no one, not even myself, when I looked at them more closely, that the specimens I had brought back were not mere pieces of gravel." Relatable to anyone, perhaps? Here's the question if we're going to talk about rites of passage, liminality, and integration. If the culmination of initiatory experiences is to return with some renewed vitality or vision for the community, what does it mean when there is no village to return to? No elders to sing one back into the fold of family, work, community, and culture? The word integrate comes from the Latin word integrare, which means to make whole, to renew, or to begin again. And the word relationship comes from the Latin relatio, which means to bring something back or to restore. So even in the roots of these two words, we can begin to see the mythopoetic threads connecting the idea of integration and the idea of relationship. And in fact, I would argue that integration can be seen as a measure of relational health and vice versa. The late West African teacher and writer Malidoma Somé wrote, "Without a community, you cannot be yourself." Somé was writing from an indigenous, decolonized African perspective, able to look into the inner workings of Western philosophy and culture, and he did not like what he saw. If anyone is not familiar with Malidoma's work, I highly, highly recommend him. He's an incredible man who recently passed this year. Somé viewed ritual as the central pillar of community and saw the West's lack of community ritual as indicative of its individual and collective maladies. Due to this lack, or one could say removal, of ritualized community structures in Western culture, integration is our biggest challenge. We require a more comprehensive level of integration than traditional cultures, and it is the biggest challenge within the field of psychedelic healing. So as you can see, integration is connected to your community, which is connected to the rituals which that community performs, ideally. We begin to see that integration actually works in such a way as this, where it's not something that is checked off the list and then moved beyond, but is actually circulated through back to the rituals themselves, which is held by that community, which is supporting that very community. Two key points here. Integration is a spiral, not a line. And integration is a process of relationship and therefore cultural repair. Robin Wall Kimmerer, the wonderful scientist and Anishinaabe writer, wrote, "Cultures of gratitude must also be cultures of reciprocity. Each person, human or no, is bound to every other in a reciprocal relationship. Just as all beings have a duty to me, I have a duty to them. An integral part of a human's education is to know those duties and how to perform them." 3 questions for everyone. What are these duties of reciprocity? To whom and to what do we owe this reciprocity? And what have we been given, and how can we give it back? I think these are all important questions to take with us as we embark on this new chapter of psychedelic healing here in Oregon and beyond. I think, anyone who was here earlier in the day can attest to the fact that what's happening here in our world, in Portland and in Oregon, is going to ripple out to other states, other cities, other countries. So the pressure's on. So cultural repair. Personally, I'm pretty sick of hearing so much rhetoric in the psychedelic space about how psychedelics are for improving mental health. And I'm a mental health professional. As if the individual psyche and our little brain box was the paragon of ultimate reality. As if this trajectory of infinite linear improvement was a law of nature, when in fact nothing could be further from the truth. To me, this notion of improving mental health contains many of the problematic elements inherent in Western colonial culture. Elements which got us into this mess in the first place. Now, let me say something very clearly, and I think it will land well in this room, but psychedelic healing is not about feeling a little bit better so you can go back to work and be more productive at the tech company. I don't think that's it. I don't think there's any amount of beanbag chairs that's going to fix this problem. To be sure, the alleviation of individual suffering is important. It's a worthwhile pursuit, and it's one that demands the utmost care, attention, ethics, training, you name it. In fact, for the past year, I've had the privilege of working week in and week out with people deep in suffering, many coming to psilocybin after years of failed treatment attempts through ECT, medications, ketamine, you name it. In fact, for many of the people that I've worked with, psilocybin was their last stop. Yet depth psychology would tell us that beneath this shallow layer of DSM pathologies exists an entirely different domain of psychic reality. which is the domain of the collective unconscious, the domain of archetypal forces, and the domain of the soul. When viewed from this perspective, psychedelic work takes on an entirely new meaning than improving mental health. When we take the soul as a central element to psychedelic work, we are immediately confronted with the reality that our culture is oriented around the denial of the soul itself. Simply by living in Western culture, we are subjects to and participants in this denial of soul. Now we begin to see the scope of the problem. So all this is to say that there is a cultural element at play here that we cannot ignore, and I believe must start integrating how we can conceive of psychedelic healing and integration through this lens. While many traditions have their own terms and names for this process, I just like to call it cultural repair. It's simple. And right now, I'll acknowledge that these are some pretty big ideas, and there are undoubtedly elements that will be left out of this. And in fact, there are others who bring in those elements better than I ever could, which is why I will leave them out right now. And that's also the reason why community is so important. But I just want to explore a few elements of cultural repair here that I've explored, worked with, tried out, one could say, with many of the people who I've been lucky enough to work with down in Jamaica. The first element to this is transaction versus relationship. So if there was one major takeaway from this past year of immersive work, it would be this, actually. The fact is that we live in a transactional culture, and that transactional culture makes it okay for things like extraction and colonialism. So we can see that in this idea of transaction, there are deep roots which reach down into this very cultural bedrock, which we are now slowly but surely shifting. Oftentimes, when I'm working with people in Jamaica, I see people coming to psychedelics, expecting them to conform to this very human notion of transaction. I paid this amount of money, I want this amount of healing. I'm taking this amount of mushrooms, so I should change this much. I cannot stress how insidious this worldview is and how difficult it is to shift. In fact, one time, I sat with a man on 17 grams of mushrooms, dried, writhing around on the ground long after all of the other participants had come back to Earth, bemoaning the fact that the mushrooms just didn't seem to be working for him. He was convinced that, the mushrooms had forsaken him, that he was somehow immune to the transpersonal experiences that he read so much about and had paid so much for. The next day in our integration circle, I asked him to describe what his relationship was like with the mushrooms. And he looked at me without hesitation and said, "What relationship?" As more and more people find their way to this work, as facilitators and clients, we will all be challenged to find ways to move from this transactional culture we are all living in to a relational culture. The current buzz around microdosing is actually a potent area to explore this shift I just want to offer. Often when clients approach me or ask me about microdosing, I encourage them to look at microdosing as a practice of cultivating their relationship with that medicine, rather than looking at it as a quick and easy way to improve their mental health. I would say that without this shift in perspective from transaction to relationship, the true potential of psychedelic healing may really slip through our hands. That same guy called me a few months later, by the way, and told me that he had finally broken through. This is a quote from Vine Deloria Jr., who was a really brilliant Lakota scholar and activist and writer. And he, in his book, God is Red, wrote, "The theory of relativity in this sense hardly means that all things are relative. It rather means that all things are related." This second element of cultural repair that I want to explore with you all a little bit today is this idea of personalizing versus personifying. So James Hillman, who was the founder of the School of Archetypal Psychology, introduced this concept of personifying, which he described as a radically divergent form of perception. Hillman defined personifying as the spontaneous experiencing, envisioning, and speaking of the configurations of existence as psychic presences. Does this sound familiar to anyone? Can anyone relate to this? Personifying, according to Hillman, clears the way for an initiatory, mythical, and ultimately more meaningful approach to life. Hillman wrote, "To enter myth, we must personify. To personify carries us into myth. To the mythic perspective, the world appears personified, implying a passionate engagement with it." I think that last part, a passionate engagement with it, is the most important thing you could take from this. It's about the creation of meaning and living your life in a way that lives into and through that meaning that you create. I would say that it is through Hillman's notion of personifying that we can actually integrate an initiatory and mythic perspective into psychedelic work. Just a little more kind of flushing out of what this idea means. Personifying, Hillman defined as a revivifying of our relations with the world around us, an avenue to meet our individual fragmentation, which inhabits the many rooms and many voices of the psyche, and a way to further the imagination to show all its bright forms. So just these three lines contain a lot of implications if we can begin to sort of tune our attention to what Hillman is talking about here. Again, I want to go back to personalizing, which is the kind of the flip side of this coin. I once worked with a man on a psilocybin retreat who had been desperately depressed for about 10 years, and his whole life had just kind of crumbled around him, and it was really the love of his wife and his family that kept him going. He was having a hard time with the mushrooms. And after our second dose, I asked him, who would you be if you weren't depressed? And he couldn't answer the question. As a therapist and a mental health professional, it deeply disturbs me when I see people fetishize their diagnoses. My depression, my anxiety, my PTSD. Yes, these experiences are real and the suffering is real. But personalizing our mental health issues, especially these DSM diagnosis structures, it begins to seep its way into our identity. And to personalize to such a degree is where it becomes part of your identity, is almost like casting a spell on yourself. My Shipibo teacher, Don Enrique Lopez, told me that brujeria, or black magic, only works when we are not fully inhabiting ourselves. So nearest I can tell, this is a question of meaning, because if we're not fully inhabiting ourselves, if we're not saturated in meaning that we are creating and co-creating with ourselves and our community, then there is room for this personalizing of diagnosis and symptoms and pathologies to seep into our idea of who it is that we are. Hillman wrote that because personifying is an epistemology of the heart, a thought mode of feeling, we do wrong to judge it as inferior, archaic thinking, appropriate only to those allowed in emotive speech and affective logic. Children, madmen, poets, and primitives. And yet, over and over again, the people that I've had a chance to work with, doctors, lawyers, software engineers, investment bankers, come away with a shift in their worldview that is difficult for them to even talk about. Over and over again, people experience the mushrooms or the trees or the clouds speaking to them. For those of us in this room, such experiences seem pretty relatable, I would guess. But for the vast majority of Western people, the experience of the natural world having something to say utterly subverts centuries of Western culture, philosophy, religious dogma, and most importantly, the very cultural elements which enable the atrocities of colonialism and extraction. So, third point here, shifting from a time orientation to a place orientation. I've often heard it said, kind of in like pop psychology speak, that if you are depressed, you're living in the past, and if you are anxious, you're living in the future. True or not, how much of our energy is actually consumed by questions of time? To me, it seems like most of my associations around time revolve around scarcity. Time is speeding up, or is occupied, or is limited, or is running out. Yet I would argue that our current relationship with time is not a universal experience across all humankind, but a cultural vestige of the Judeo-Christian tradition of which we are all some way a part. Vine Deloria Jr., who I mentioned earlier, has a lot to say on this idea of shifting from a time-oriented worldview to a place-oriented worldview. He wrote that the vast majority of tribal religions have a center at a particular place, be it a river, a mountain, a plateau, valley, or other natural feature. In part, the affirmation of the existence of holy places confirms tribal peoples' rootedness, which Western man is particularly without. The development of shrines in world religions would seem to indicate that this spatial dimension cannot be avoided as men seek religious experiences. Why then must theological reality be defined solely in temporal terms, as in Christianity. Robin Wall Kimmerer again wrote, "It has been said that people of the modern world suffer a great sadness, a special loneliness, estrangement from the rest of creation. We have built this isolation with our fear, with our arrogance, and with our homes brightly lit against the night." So Kimmerer, again writing from an indigenous perspective, clearly drew the link between contemporary mental health issues, this crisis of mental health that Gabe so beautifully illustrated earlier this morning, and the long history of colonization and its corresponding estrangement from the natural world. James Hillman again referred to this history as the de-souling of the world, which is the fallout of the legacy of Descartes, which again, Gabe spoke to in his talk, if you were lucky enough to catch that. Lastly, Deloria wrote that the basic divergence of viewpoints between American Indians and the rest of American society must be seen, as mentioned before, in the conception of land, and the choice appears to be between conceiving of land either as a subject or an object. Therefore, place becomes not an afterthought resulting from psychedelic healing, but a central pillar to the experience itself. I would say that relating to our place from a subjective, personified, and therefore mythic perspective actually implies a sense of responsibility and reciprocity, an environmental ethic rooted not in statistics and policy, but in mythic, sacred revelation. We have time for another poem. This is Yeats. My 50th year had come and gone. I sat, a solitary man, in a crowded London shop, an open book, an empty cup on the marble tabletop. While on the shop and street I gazed, my body of a sudden blazed. And 20 minutes, more or less, it seemed so great, my happiness, that I was blessed and could bless. So, in this poem here, we hear that at the end of the day, at the end of the road, it's not about just you being blessed here. It's about being able to bless someone else. Which gets us to this point, that the journey is not for you. It's for everyone else in your life that you come into contact with, that perhaps we are delving into that shamanic underworld, going into that ordeal, not for improving our own unique mental health, but for the sake of our community, our relationships, to be able to better show up for those people in our lives, for the land that we live on. Taking psychedelics is not the work. I would argue that the work is in the giving of your gifts to the human and more than human world, which happens through integration, community, and cultural healing. The goal, the vision of what this is to eventually move us from this to something a little more like this. Thanks. I was informed that we have a little bit extra time. So if anyone has questions, wants to get into it, we can do that. Hi, is there a microphone messenger here? Hermes.
Run away from me now. So my question is, as a white person comprehending practices and theories and perspectives that were developed by historically African, Black, Indigenous communities, how do you think accountability can be intrinsically connected to integration, both culturally, spiritually, all of it, physically? So that's my question.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful question. Resma Menachem from the Cultural Somatics Institute has some interesting things to say about this, which I love, which is that Resma would say that bringing all the people together in one room and just working it out, it's not gonna work. And in fact, it's actually the task of white-bodied people to go into their own ancestral underworld and contact those moments of colonization where they were both colonizers and the colonized, to enter into that thought mode of feeling, so that instead of an abstractive sort of idea, there's a somatically felt sense of I did this, or perhaps people in my line or people who looked like me did this, and long enough back, this was done to me. So it becomes part of the integration process to perhaps go there in a journey and integrate it with other people in a container where that can be held and processed, to have some connection to those ancestral, pre-Christian, indigenous roots that we all share, and to feel that grief that we've come so far from that. That's my answer. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions?
Who are you picking?
Oh, you pick.
Me?
I can't see anyone.
Oh, I think you're closest. Hi, thanks for that. So my question is, how in practice do you introduce or incorporate cultural repair to someone who not only can't see beyond their own suffering, but have inherited a culture that tells them that there isn't anything to care about beyond that suffering, like we do in the West?
That's a good question. It's my view that the medicines will, if someone is able to, willing, wanting, ready to open to that, the medicines will begin that process. So I don't know what the entry point is in IFS therapy. We talk about trailheads, which are like ways into the inner world. The medicines will bring up many, many trailheads for people. And if they happen to go down one of those trailheads, then it becomes the task of the person, working with them to flush that out, to go as far into that as they can. And I would say that it goes back to this notion of transaction versus relationship. Because if someone can understand that through their own healing and psychedelic work, there's a process of relating to something greater than their own unique little box of suffering, then there's an opportunity there for whoever they are working with, whatever group of people they're working with, to kind of open that up. But I'm not going to sort of point to where this needs to go for someone, if that makes sense. Yeah. One more.
The poem that you opened with?
Yeah.
Did you write that?
No.
What
No,
poem
that's
is that?
written by a man named David Wagner. It's called Lost.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think that's it. Okay.
Give it up for Simon Yugler one more time. All right, so before anyone goes, hold on, don't go yet. I've got a cool little project for you all. So we got a 30-minute break coming up, and I just want to say thank you all so much again on behalf of myself and all the volunteers that worked together to put this on. We've had so many people come up to us and say that this has just been one of the coolest psychedelic events, things they've ever been to. And so I have an ask from the Portland Psychedelic Society. It's going to take a little bit of a coordination, but as you all get up and stretch for the next 30 minutes, we ask that you can find a group of maybe 3 to 4 people and record a 30-second to a minute video of you all sharing about what this weekend has taught you, what it's meant to you, what kind of hopes you have for the future here in the psychedelic community of Portland. So if you could, just in the shade outside or in the common areas, find a group, find someone that has a good camera, and just take a video of your testimonials, and then DM them to us on Instagram at Portland Psychedelic, or email them to us at symposium@portlandpsychedelic.org. We'll figure that out later. That's not as important as it is just like kind of capturing the magic of what we're all feeling right now. So that's my ask. How does that sound? Does that sound interesting? You guys can do that? Okay. Please do it, and please buy a t-shirt. And if the t-shirt could be like in the video, like, this has been so amazing, something like that, you know, that'd be great. So thank you so much. Be back here in 30 minutes. You do not want to miss the talk that's happening at 2:30. So be back here at 2:29, please. Enjoy, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker. Talyce Ketura, occupying Multnomah and Chinook land, is the founder of Ancestral Seed Sealing, a multifaceted platform that embodies holistic, radical community care. They are a queer, gender-fluid, mixed Afro-Caribbean femme who serves as a full-spectrum birth worker, community activist, herbalist, and ritualist, who is dedicated to sharing tools for embodied ancestral healing through the use of ritual arts and somatic integration. Talyce is a community builder who aims to generate social equity through a lens of active decolonization and with a centralized focus on intergenerational ancestral healing. Much of their work over the last several years has centered racial and gender equity, both within providing gestational care and access to plant medicine via mutual aid and ritual. They also create affinity spaces for QT BIPOC at gatherings and events, as well as serve as an educator for racial and reproductive justice. They believe that access to healing traditions and birth work are political and not separate from issues around race, gender, class, ability, etc. Everybody, give a warm welcome for Talyce Ketura.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out today. And I'm so honored to be here. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Portland Psychedelic Society, for welcoming me into this space. It's such an honor. Today, we are going to talk about embodied wholeness through ancestral plant medicine, where we will dive in very briefly into building a relationship to plant medicine from a decolonized perspective. A little bit about my background, a little bit more. I do a lot of equity trainings for organizations and events around these topics, and I really want to open up the space with giving proper accreditation to my elders. I am a moon dancer, and my 3 years of the path and have been walking the red road since 2016. I want to give thanks to Abuela Malinali for opening my heart to birth work and plant medicine, Abuela Angelina for being my teacher, and all of the elders of Central South America who have helped inform my path. So I first want to open up the discussion, and this is a question that you may ask yourself: how do we, as a society, embody plant wisdom in our way of life? So plants do not know of borders. The idea of borders is a settler colonialist construct. Plants have no bounds, have no limitations. And with that, they work together as a network to create ecosystems that are beneficial for the growth of other living species on Earth. And this is something that within our culture, within our society, we have become removed from. And so along that path, we are remembering again and again the origins from which we came from. And a part of the journey is coming back to that central place of embodying plant wisdom, embodying our life, embodying and living our values. So what does it mean to return to wholeness in a settler colonialist world? It's different for all of us as we come from different backgrounds, different racial identities, different ways in which we have been marginalized by the system of colonialism, capitalism, and white-bodied supremacy. But to be embodied in our wholeness is to fully live our values. And with that, our values, in order to be in right relation, must reflect the ways in which we walk through the world that is of benefit to the plants, the animals, our ancestors, the future generations. So, indigenous wisdom of plant medicines was rooted in being in relationship with the sentience of the natural world. And separatism, as a result of colonialist constructs, has reinforced our disembodied connection to sentience. And with that, it has been the birthplace of extractionism, separatism, exploitation of Black and indigenous cultures, practices, and belief systems. Our journey to wholeness is supported by A, our ability to grieve, and the accountability that we take with the identities that we have been given. And I'm speaking specifically to people who have white bodies to take accountability for the ways in which their ancestors have contributed to the exploitation and erasure of Black and indigenous medicinal practices. And this relates so deeply to psychedelic medicine, psychedelic therapies, because the original peoples of these cultural traditions and practices were, in fact, indigenous, aboriginal peoples of the land. Our journey to wholeness is also supported by the resurrection of our belonging to land and place. And now when I talk about belonging, I'm talking about the ways in which we find connection both within our communities and our connection to the world around us. To live disembodied is so easy within our culture, where we are told to go to work, avoid feeling anything at all, and avoiding feeling into the chaos and the destruction and the sorrows of the world. We can only begin our pathway to embodiment through understanding our connection to not only the beauty of the world, but also the immense suffering, and to form empathy for our communities who struggle most. So I just want to give some historical context about plant medicines and how they've shown up throughout history. This is the practice with plant medicines, both psychoactive and medicinal for mind, body, and spirit, have been formed throughout ancient history, and some of the earliest recordings of herbal craft were written in Sumerian tablets. Dating to 150 BC, ancient Egyptians recorded a medical papyrus called the Ebers Papyrus, which contained over 850 plants and preparations. And these recordings included plants that we use today in our modern society, such as cumin and coriander and turmeric and frankincense. In India, the earliest dated texts were 5000 BC, recording comprehensive medical science called Ayurveda. And this practice is also used today in modern-day India and around continents all over the West. And this has been integrated into our field of practice when understanding the interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit when talking about medicine. And something that is also practiced today is Chinese medicine, and it has records dating back all the way to 2700 BCE. And a lot of those texts are still legitimized by modern day practitioners. There have even been studies that archaeologists, you know I'm trying to say. There have even been studies that they've found where Neanderthals had bits and remnants of plants such as chamomile and yarrow in their teeth, and their teeth have shown signs of them eating different plant matter. So this is so old and something that has been created, or something that has been discovered by people throughout history for both healing and food preparations. And with that, there has been a lot of history that has
predated to what we know of today as modern day herbalism that has created a kind of foundation for how we practice today, and it's very much so rooted in white-bodied supremacy. And this is a little bit of the history, just touching upon the ways in which it has been extracted and commodified by white practitioners in the past. And Hippocrates is one of those people who a lot of us, we learn about him and all of his great discoveries around medicine and different medical theory that was used for over 2,000 years. So in 400 BCE, Hippocrates was named the father of medicine and was one of the first to separate the physical ailment from the spiritual. He came up with the four humors system, and a lot of this was believed to be adaptation of different teachings found in both Ayurvedic sciences and Chinese medicine. And in 65 AD, Dioscorides published the Materia Medica, which is used today in modern-day Western herbalism. And this was a text that contained over 600 plants and 1,000 preparations, which was later banned by the Roman Empire during the Dark Ages, which was during a time of not only great famine and disease, but also a time of religious resurrection, where a lot of texts and ancient tablets were destroyed and burned in order to preserve the church and to, erase the wisdom that threatened the church. So fast forward, 1600s, Nicholas Culpeper brought and wrote translated text called the Pharmacopoeia on pharmacology, astrology, and herbalism to America. And a lot of these people are the main people when you look to where modern-day Western herbalism has been founded. These are the names that you'll find. But what isn't often talked about is that many of these texts that Culpeper translated were from indigenous communities in the East, and also were drawn wisdom of the flora and fauna from enslaved Africans, Native Americans, and other communities of color who were midwives and local healers. And I also want to bring light on the fact that even during times of slavery and times of that erasure and colonialization, a lot of the enslavers and white-bodied people of that time heavily relied on indigenous plant medicine and wisdom from those healers in order to heal their children, and a lot of enslaved Black people were actually the foundation of healing in the household. So there was this interesting juxtaposition during that time where not only were these cultural practices banned and demonized, but they were also heavily relied upon. So if you can imagine the fuckery with all of that. So I really want to reel it in because I want to talk about the liberation of my people. I want to talk about the liberation of Black people within the context of America, and I want to talk about the liberation and sovereignty of indigenous people on this native land. There needs to be, and I repeat, there needs to be not only acknowledgement, but full-bodied integration of the atrocities that happen to our communities that have removed us from our cultural traditions, that were then taken from us and sold back to us for 5 times as much. I feel angry. I'm mad. And my communities are mad as well. A little bit about my background. A lot of my ancestors also come from the Caribbean where we were enslaved, and a lot of our traditional practices, such as hoodoo and Ifa and candomblé, were demonized. So we've had to rely on these Catholic symbols, and we've had to, in our own ways, repackage the ways in which we used plant medicine in order to feel safe being in relationship to these medicines. And the extractionism that had taken place was a means of controlling us, to assimilate us into a predominantly white culture that wasn't built for our thrival. But through that, we have found our own pathways and our own networks of resiliency. And I just want to, preface this conversation about criminalization, which didn't happen too long ago, and why it's so important as Black and Indigenous communities to reclaim these traditional practices around plant medicine. And that includes the use of all kinds of plants, culinary medicines, medicines that you take for different ailments of the body, psychedelic medicines, different psychoactive plants that alter us and connect us closer to our bodies and our spirit. And that, to me, is embodiment, that reclamation. So, the Indian Removal Act of 1830 placed barriers against natives' rights to steward the land, forcing them into assimilation. Erasure of tradition and displacement further eradicated many of their farming and foraging practices. Anti-foraging laws were set in place soon after the abolishment of slavery in 1865 to keep enslaved Africans dependent on their ex-enslavers. Can we just take a moment to integrate that? Where does that land in your body? I want a few of y'all to shout out some sensations that come up in your body when you hear about this. Tightening. Heavy. Preservation. Betrayal. Anger. Oh, yep. Yeah. Both Black and Indigenous communities heavily relied on foraging and plant medicines as a means of survival, as well as a form of income or barter. It was the ways that our community interacted with each other, formed relationship, nourished our household, and created not only culture, but tradition as well. These laws further restricted the independence of these communities, forcing them to rely on their oppressors. So yeah, a lot of this is heavy information, and I just want to share that as a student or former student, well, I'm always a student, as a current student of plant medicine and herbalism within the context of going through institutions and schooling, something that was always missing, a piece that was always missing was the origin place and the birthplace of these traditional practices. And here I was paying, oh Lord, like $4,000 to learn about, oh Lord, I don't want to get into it. You don't want to hear me. So this is a painting by Naima Pennyman of Soul Fire Farm out in New York. We carry on the legacy of our ancestral grandmothers who braided seeds in their hair before boarding transatlantic slave ships, believing against odds in a future of sovereignty of the land. Yeah. And in Swahili, there is a word called sankofa, and it means to go back and get it, to go back to the origin place from which all of the wisdom and all of the understanding of our ancestors was birthed, and to bring it back as something tangible for future generations to be able to hold on to and to be able to utilize as their power to create a vision for a new world, right? Because I assume that's what a lot of us are doing here in this space. You know, we all have our stories, we all have our work, and we're all striving to do something that is oftentimes greater than us. Whether, you know, it's caring for a child, caring for the community, bringing into life a new art project, or whatever it is. And so with that in mind, Sankofa, we go back to those places as people who are breaking these intergenerational cycles and really creating a pathway of healing and regeneration. And what that means as white people, well, we'll get into it to the next slide. Decolonizing our approach to medicine. Embodied wholeness in relationship to plant medicines mean acknowledging and giving reparations to the original stewards of the land. Say that. And now, I see some of y'all shuddering at the word reparations, okay? But when I talk about that, I'm talking about more than just land back. I'm talking about creating space, stepping aside, creating space for us to thrive. And Elon spoke on it earlier in the panel about equity and what that really means from the context of really showing up and showing out. It's more than doing the bare minimum. It's a sacrifice. And I'm reading this book called Belonging by Tokopa. And she talks about sacrifice and what that means, and how to sacrifice is to make sacred. When you give up something, whether it's your seat of power or something that has once felt familiar and comfortable to you, you are bringing sacredness and breathing life and wholeness into your life through that act alone. And it means listening too. We don't need no more saviors. Listen, we don't need any saviors. What we do need is accomplices. People who will listen to us and give us a seat. Heck, give us a whole table. And your money. Cultivating relationship in a way that is supportive and regenerative to the ecosystem. And that is also the bare minimum. When we talk about cultivating relationship, we're also talking about listening. Because you can't begin to understand or connect without fully seeing, fully empathizing, fully listening. And that goes for all sentience. Because energy and feelings run through everything. The water, the trees, our bodies, even the concrete, you can feel it. The life that is bubbling below all of that. Supporting and uplifting Black and Indigenous herbalists, educators, and practitioners. Given the historical context that I mentioned briefly today, if you don't know, now you know, just how radical it is as Black and Indigenous and people of color within the context of the United States to be someone who moves with spirit, to be someone who is in relationship with those traditions and with those practices. And recognizing the unfortunate history that has created barriers to access holistic medicine to communities of the global majority. Think about who's in your circle. Do they look like you? Do they come from a similar place of where you come from? Do you always agree with them? These are things to ask yourself when you think about decolonizing your approach to medicine and who has access to that. And I know there are a lot of practitioners with different modalities in this space, and with that, it's so, so, so important for in any way that you can to open up those doors of possibilities to communities who otherwise wouldn't have access. So, to conclude, there is a lot of work to be done. There is a never-ending list of ways that we can show up more and the ways that we can show up better. And my prayer for the current generations that are in this room and the generations ahead, both born and unborn, are that we are able to begin our own journeys of both accountability, grievance, deep, deep reckoning with the work that we must rise up to meet, and connection, healing, community healing, intergenerational healing. And that's it, y'all.
Give it up for Talyce! Whew! I'm gonna ask us all to just take a really big, deep breath after that amazing, amazing presentation. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Hi, Pilar.
Is it possible to
Lower this down? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I don't have to hold it.
Do you want me to introduce you? Do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's okay. Yeah. I'll take this down. Okay. Our next presentation is from Pilar Hernández-Wolfe. She's right here. Dr. Pilar. You want a wireless? Oh, you don't? Okay. Thanks, Charlie. Dr. Pilar Hernández-Wolfe is professor in the Marriage, Couple, and Family Therapy program at Lewis and Clark College, and she has a private practice in Portland, Oregon. She is guest faculty at the Universidad Javeriana in Cali, Colombia. Her work is widely published in numerous family therapy and psychology journals. She is the author of A Borderlands View of Latinos, Latin Americans, and Decolonization, Rethinking Mental Health, and La Resiliencia Vicaria en las Relaciones de Ayuda. She is a lead educator in the psilocybin-assisted facilitator training at Earth Medicine Center. Give it up for Pilar.
Oh, you were gonna, Evan, we were gonna move the computer, right?
That is so great. Thank you.
Okay, let me just see. Yeah. This is gonna work. Wow, that light is pretty bright. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Qué bueno verlos acá. Y espero que las personas que nos están acompañando el día de hoy virtualmente de otros países, espero que haya mucha audiencia de los países de habla hispana. So, good afternoon. How are you doing today? How has it been? Let's hear. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to focus this time in talking about witnessing and reciprocity. And I first want to thank one of my main teachers, Taita Santos Jamio Muchavisoy, as well as my mother, Pachamama, for all her teachings. We open this last part of the day with gratitude. Let's hear the words of Black poet Ross Gay. If you find yourself half naked and barefoot in the frosty grass, hearing again the earth's great sonorous moan that says you are the heir of the now and gone, that says all you love will turn to dust and will meet you here, do not raise your fist. Do not raise your small voice against it. And do not take over. Instead, curl your toes into the grass, watch the cloud ascending from your lips, walk through the garden's dormant splendor. Say only, thank you, thank you. Now let's be silent for a few seconds and bring in something that you're grateful for in your life, or perhaps in someone else's life. In this hour, we will examine what reciprocity means in the context of relationships that are situated in space and time. We will look into what kinds of relationships bring forth what kind of reciprocity. And we will look into the ways in which processes of witnessing help us learn about reciprocity. While the title of my talk says plant medicines, I am using these words to inaccurately refer to two living beings that have much to give us by way of healing and repair, Yahe, or ayahuasca, and psilocybin. I will refer to these beautiful beings here and there simply to illustrate issues relative to witnessing and reciprocity. Yahe is a vine and psilocybin is a fungi. I acknowledge that they grow in different places and have different families, but I won't go into specifics because my focus is on how to live reciprocity in a way that is actually more reciprocal. And I think we already passed this, and now we're here. Actually, we're here. The path that we will take to do this examination looks more like the picture in the right, my right, and less like the picture on the left, my left. So if you will, imagine that we are going on a walk together and that this walk has some turns, and then we will get to many destinations. In this case, the destination is the one that each of you gets as you hear see, touch, smell, and make sense of the ideas that I am presenting today. The first idea that I present to you is that where we start a conversation conceptually matters in terms of how we have a discussion and what we conceive together. In other words, the conceptual foundations that we take for granted and or consciously agree upon will shape how we understand and define something and how we use it. Likewise, whatever we exclude from an examination shapes both the process of making a product and the final outcome. When we examine the relationship between humans and beings other than humans, we must examine first what is the point of departure to engage in observing and being in this relationship. So here is an example of what I mean. In the Abrahamic or Judeo-Christian belief system, there is a great emphasis on the recalcitrant idea of a grand plan of purposeful design and in the belief that nature is a stepping stone for achieving the divine and ascending into a metaphysical realm decorated and governed by an omnipotent creator. This belief sometimes operates in the background as many people do not agree with it, yet it operates at a social level in the ways in which we relate with each other and beings other than human. In addition, in Western thinking, mind and matter are considered to be ontologically separate categories, and as exemplified by Descartes, neither can be reduced to the other in any way. The mind is equated with the conscious self, and the body belongs to the physical world. In a structural philosophy, binary opposition is a fundamental organizer of human language and thought. In science, there is a dichotomy between subject, the observer, and object, the observed. Typically, one of the two opposites assume a role of dominance over the other, because the categorization of binary opposition is often value-laden. Binaries imply other binaries. For example, north and south imply good and bad, developed and underdeveloped. Or sometimes what I hear that the north is up and the south is down. That's a really weird comment to me. I don't understand that yet, but I hear very often. While modern science regards conscious experience as inseparable from the physical brain, mind and brain being the same, dualism is deeply embedded in the way we think, speak, and articulate our experience every day, in our everyday life. A major concern is the extent to which dualistic thinking, so foundational to Western thought, has historically involved power and domination. Since the Enlightenment, European men have sought to separate nature from humans and men from women. Encounters and collisions with other cultures led to further separations, savage and civilized, light and dark, etc. Nature was seen as a passive and reversible phenomenon with parts that could be disassembled and functions that could be described in terms of laws. Nature became something to dominate and control. This view has been a template for relationships between those who define themselves as white, cisgender, heterosexual, mostly men, and those of other genders and other races, classes, and sexual orientations. Oftentimes, the point of departure, established overtly or not, to discuss the relationships between humans and beings other than humans, departs from the belief in dualism, domination, hierarchy, and an assumed lack of sentience and consciousness on the part of the being other than human. It is from this foundation or point of departure that the West thinks of reciprocity. Thus, reciprocity exists in a utilitarian relational space in which humans dominate beings other than humans, such as plants, and use them in various ways involving beauty, food, furniture, poisons, medicines. Sometimes humans go to great efforts to kill them because the plants become their enemies, as is the case of the sacred coca plant. Now, let's make a contrast with another belief system that sets another point of departure to examine the relationship between human and beings other than human, such as plants and fungi. For the Uwa people that inhabit this land that you see in the map, that is called today Colombia, which is where I am from, their land is alive. You can see in the map, by the way, that Colombia is at the very top of South America and borders with 3 other countries, and part of Colombia is in the Amazon. Colombia is not in Central America. And in the map to my right, that green colored part on the map is what denotes where the Uwa live. So for the Uwa, their land is alive. It is not a thing, and it is not something to dominate. Their relationship with the land is one of the most important aspects within their culture, since it is from the basis of this relationship that organization, unity, autonomy, and cultural identity are maintained. This is because they have a primary relationship with a space, with the land. A space is more important than time. The land is sacred. It is considered the mother, and the oil that lives in it is the Mother Earth's blood, and without it, she cannot have life. According to their worldview, their creator gave them the responsibility of being earth guardians. This means that they must pay attention and work to maintain her balance. This is what is called law of origin. The Uwa have a law of origin, that is ancestral knowledge, to use the land without depleting her resources or gifts. They see beings other than human and the land itself as living beings with its own spirit and harmony. It is from this foundation or point of departure that the Uwa think of reciprocity. Thus, reciprocity exists in a relational space in which there are utilitarian aspects as well as established responsibilities to be the guardians of the land's well-being. The point of departure that this system of thinking offers us to practice reciprocity highlights the primacy of relationship with the space humans inhabit, a relationship of service to keep a balance amongst all beings, and a spiritual belief system in which it is believed that everything is alive. And that we are all a part of this ecosystem we live in. We are not separate. As a result, they divide the land among sections in which hunting, fishing, collection, logging, and planting are prohibited. These lands are beautiful places connected with myths, rituals, burials, etc. There are other lands in which one cannot enter without due permission of spiritual beings through rituals of cleansing, purification, and harmonization. And there are other lands for communal use with no restrictions. As you can see, these beliefs that establish the foundation from which to think about reciprocity determine what this is, how to create it, and how to practice it. In addition, like I said before, what is absent from a belief system shapes the end result. In the first scenario, we set ourselves up to dominate, be unique, and above and extract. In the second scenario, we set ourselves up to be of service and see us all in necessary and rightful relationship with each other. Okay, let's pause and examine this for a few minutes. I want to invite you to stand up, shake your arms, your legs, move your head, take a breath. And just, yeah. Let's just move our body just for a few seconds, because we've been sitting for a long time. Okay. Please sit when you're ready. Now, let's examine what belief system anchors what you do from the stance of practice and from the stance of other beings who we are in relationship with. Think about your relationship with the trees, the cross, and the squirrels in your neighborhood. If we were to ask them how you relate to them, what would they say? What is absent in this relationship? How do you reciprocate to them? Think about what you eat. If we were to ask the plants and animals that you eat how you relate to them, what would they say? What is absent in this relationship? How do you reciprocate to them? If you have plants or companion animals at home and we could ask them how you relate to them, what would they say? What is absent in this relationship? How do you reciprocate to them? So I want to ask you to take a minute to sit with these questions and see what comes up for you. And then we'll transition into sharing with the person next to you. And I will give you a cue about when to do that. What did you learn about some of the practices of reciprocity that exist and are absent in your life? Now turn to the person next to you and share what came up for you. We're going to take 5 minutes to do that. You notice I ask about things that are related to our everyday life? Yeah. Hope you noticed that. Okay. Reciprocity is a practice. Reciprocity is a practice. It is a practice to be understood within the context of a specific geography and within the logic of a specific culture. Those of us who want to live with more consciousness and reciprocity are challenged to think and practice how to acknowledge beings other than humans in ways that are not only utilitarian. How about if you think about this question relative to plants like the sacred yahe or ayahuasca and the fungi like psilocybin? I focus on these two because of the great healing benefits that we experience from them. So as this relates to psilocybin and yahe, for example, how do you want to move away from a mostly utilitarian relationship with them, that is healing yourself, to a relationship with more consciousness and integrity? Would you engage with them as living beings? Or, for example, as spiritual beings in their own right? The second idea that I want to present to you is that if we were aware of our point of departure, we can make more conscious choices about how to build relationships with everyone, humans and other than human beings. For example, my Taita Santos, my Kamsa mentor and friend, says that if you want to learn about plants in the West, the plant is removed from its location and dissected somewhere else. Whereas in his culture, if you want to learn about a plant, you are taken to the place where the plant grows. Then you see, feel, smell, touch, and learn about the whole community of plants and other beings who are in relationship with that plant. This difference in paths also creates differences in the conversations we have with each other. Taita Santos says that in the West, you can only talk about one plant under study. Whereas in his community, you talk about all you can talk about. So this is a very important difference in learning when it comes to being in relationship with sacred plants and fungi. A relational perspective helps us see that yahe and psilocybin, for example, exist in an ecology of a multitude of relationships, and humans are only a part of this network of relationships. This whole idea of the one-on-one, it's a really artificial thing that limits us a lot, because there is no one-on-one. There is a lot with a lot all the time. An ecology of multiple relationships involves polyphony, a multiplicity of voices. Is it possible for us to consider that all the communities of plants, animals, and humans that surround and live with yahe and psilocybin have voices that we can attend to? Perhaps their voices are not familiar, but we can attend to who they are and how they communicate and relate, and discover more and more about them and all others who live with them. Everyone, the whole family. The Dalai Lama best summed up insights of quantum physics as applied to the spiritual world to illuminate the limits of individual identity. Anything that exists and has an identity does so only within the total network of everything that has a possible or potential relationship to it. No phenomenon exists with an independent or intrinsic identity. The second idea that we can make more conscious choices about how to build relationships with everyone, humans and other than human beings, also help us understand that in building relationship with them and the humans who have carried long-standing traditions of relationships, we must try to understand the cultural logic of these human communities. That is, what is their point of departure or love origin, and how they practice relationship with them so that we can experience a degree of coherence, meaningful connection, and empathy with them. So why does this matter? Here is an example of why this matters. When some of us perform sacred ceremonies in a mountain, we develop a practice of relationship with the mountain, the soil, the birds, the trees, all the beings that inhabit and make the mountain. These practices establish a relationship that is passed down to other generations, and the meaning and emotional connection developed in this particular geography, this mountain, with other humans and beings other than human, is what makes it possible that we want to know it, care for it, and continue to be a part of it. It's the practice of being there, of sitting there, of sensing, smelling, and doing rituals in the mountain, what creates the relationship with the spirit of the mountain and all the beings that live in the mountain. So think about all the relationships, meaning and emotional connection that people have with some of the local apus, like Mount Shasta and Patol, also known as Mount Hood. Shasta is, for many, a sacred place. Why? Because they have an emotional and spiritual relationship with her. I would say they love her. Can you love the forest and the beaches where psilocybin grow? If you do so, would that possibly change the impetus for getting it and having it and controlling it? Can you start your relationship with psilocybin from a different place? Just sit with this now. How does it feel like in your body to want to have it? And what does it feel like to love it? The third idea I present is that of radical listening as a form of reciprocity. I draw here on the work of my dear colleague, Keita Weingarten, on radical listening, reflection, and witnessing. I contend that radical listening to the healing plants such as yahaira ayahuasca and fungi like psilocybin is a form of reciprocity that one that can move us to a space of decolonized practice. Let me explain what radical listening is. Radical listening, above all, is welcoming. I have it there. It is the kind of listening that neither judges nor prejudges, that hears what is absent as much as what is present. That hears what is absent as much as what is present. That pauses when words fail, and that discerns when the speaker is off-center and able to share her story authentically. What would it be like to listen to these beings that help us heal? To listen in this way? What would it be like for you, for us, to listen to these beings that help us so much? To listen from a perspective of radical listening. This will probably involve observing, sitting with, tasting, smelling, sensing, in a state of ordinary and non-ordinary consciousness. This will involve that we listen to them and all the relationships they are embedded in. We would listen to the pain of what is happening in the forest and to the communities who have been in relationship with them for centuries, and the ways in which they have traveled with humans to other countries and continents, and their experience in labs, or perhaps in the herbal, local, or online store. Let's reflect for a moment on your intention, choice, and action when you have experienced yahe or ayahuasca and or psilocybin. How do you listen to them in a non-ordinary state of consciousness? Do you listen to them? How do you listen to them in an ordinary state of consciousness? Do you listen to them in that state? Do you or how do you listen to the forest or the jungle? Do you or how do you listen to the peoples who have stewarded their relationships with these plants? What is absent? So let's sit with this for a few seconds. And now, let's take a few minutes to have an honest conversation with whoever is besides you. Maybe it's somebody you know, or maybe it's a stranger. But let's take a chance to dive into how do we listen to these two healers if you have a connection with them, if you have had that experience. And let's turn to your neighbor and have a conversation, and I'll tell you when to stop. We'll be here a few minutes. I said that reciprocity is a practice. Can reciprocity include the practice of radical listening to the plants, the fungi, and their ecosystems? I invite you to embrace radical listening in our relationship with the plants and the fungi. Imagine how this first step can change our actions, and hopefully the actions of those who witness us. Robin Kimmerer says, in the teachings of my Potawatomi ancestors, responsibilities and gifts are understood as two sides of the same coin. The possession of a gift is coupled with a duty to use it for the benefit of all. A thrush is given the gift of song, and so has the responsibility to greet the day with music. Salmon have the gift of travel, so they accept the duty of carrying food upriver. So when we ask ourselves, what is our responsibility to the earth, we're also asking, what is our gift? Gratitude is our first, but not our only gift. We're storytellers, music makers, devisers of ingenious machines, healers, scientists, and lovers of an earth who ask that we give our own unique gifts on behalf of life. Let us live in a way that earth will be grateful for us. Now let us talk about witnessing. In the witnessing model developed by Weingarten, this model was constructed within the fields of family therapy, psychology, and systems thinking, and it was developed to understand the impact of trauma on bystanders. I'm going to share here a few ideas to help us think about the importance of witnessing reciprocity. Weingarten's model, witnessing model, orients us to the position from which it is more likely to think of what to say or do. By understanding that as a witness we may occupy any of four positions, it is possible for us to identify where we are on the grid and try to maneuver towards position 1. The four positions arise from the intersection of two dimensions, awareness and empowerment. The witness model can apply to anyone, but it has particular implications for healthcare professionals and others, like psilocybin facilitators, whose witnessing has the potential to affect others. A person enters position 1 when they are an aware and empowered witness to the relationship. Let's say that when we witness a relationship of honoring and reciprocity with psilocybin between facilitator and consultant, we enjoy and hold the beauty of the work, and we have choice to process, comment, and be a part of it. We have a scenario of witnessing in which we learn from all the positive, not necessarily easy, aspects of the experience. Now, in the same scenario between facilitator and consultant, we can be a witness to a violation toward the fungi. For example, a lack of, an absence of, lots of invisibility. If you can act to name or do something, if you can advocate or repair, if you have clarity about what action to take, then you would be a witness to a violation who is empowered and aware. A person is likely to feel competent and effective in position 1 because they are aware and empowered. Position 2 may be the position that is most dangerous to others. In our example, it shows the position of people who witness hurtful and assaultive absences and invisibilities that the fungi and their relationships experience from humans, and who are oblivious about what they are witnessing. Their actions will be ineffective at best and harmful at worst. The negative impact of witnessing from this position can be potent if the person witnessing occupies a position of power or is perceived as having power. Using the same scenario I just shared, One would be a witness to people harvesting psilocybin on the coast in ways that hurt the fungi and do not allow you to come back, taking it all and leaving nothing for the ecosystem. The witness is unaware of the damage, but praises those who take the bounty. In position 3, one is unaware and disempowered. Thus, there is a potential for being non-protective when one should be protective, and passive when one should be active. In the same scenario, the witness sees what is going on while on a walk on the beach and keeps going as if nothing happens. Position 4 may be the most common for many of us, and that is when a person is aware and uncertain of what to do or lacking resources to act as they know to do. We all experience being in these positions. They are not individual achievements that we make possible out of our own volition and effort. We end up in these positions as a result of our social locations and the social, political, and economic constraints we live in. I invite us to think about how we can consciously get to be in position 1 more often. I contend that when we shift our point of departure, our origin story, and when we invite reciprocity as a practice embedded in the acknowledgement of the sentience and consciousness of all beings, we can probably spend more time in position 1. And there is another ingredient. And this is my modification of this definition. The another ingredient is embodied empathy. To feel embodied empathy, we move inside the skin of the humans and other than human beings as much as we can. And we return into ourselves with the information we have gathered through this empathic attunement. We then reflect to distill what is ours and what is theirs. We work as much as we can to be clear that what we feel is not the same as what the other feels. We try our best to distinguish what is ours and what is theirs. I think embodied empathy helps us to stay in position 1. Now let's put all these elements together. We talked about point of departure or origin stories, awareness of the impact of the origin stories we perform in our everyday lives, radical listening as reciprocity, and witnessing. If reciprocity is mostly performed as a practice akin to giving and taking in a direct manner, one-to-one, we limit ourselves greatly and are less likely to see the impact of our actions on an expanded set of relationships. This is what happens when people go to a ceremony and are super grateful for the plant, but they are oblivious to the family. What happens if you're aware of the family? All the plants, all the animals, and the indigenous communities who have stewarded the traditions that have kept these beautiful practices alive. Alternatively, we can invite marginalized knowledges and practices, that is, those that exist in the margins of the grand Judeo-Christian capitalist globalist narrative, to create more ways to reciprocate and witness actively the joy and pain of others. And as we practice reciprocity with one another from a place of interconnectedness and siblinghood with all beings, others will watch us and perhaps be curious and interested in what we do and how we do it. And perhaps, as we witness each other practice reciprocity, we will open a doorway to drinking a nectar that sustains us all. Joanna Macy stated that when we open ourselves to the web of life, We connect not only with the sufferings of others, but to the same extent with their gifts and powers. We experience synergy. We can invite practices of reciprocity in which we step outside of linear time. Linearity prevents us from understanding that we are connected to our ancestors' past and future, that time may be circular. What if we begin to consider creating practices of reciprocity for ancestors to come? And for those who are engaged in endeavors similar to ours right in this moment? What if reciprocity involves seeing and acknowledging as a regular practice? What would it be like if we regularly acknowledge the pain and sacrifice of those who become our food? Would that make us closer? What if reciprocity involves seeing and acknowledging as a regular practice? Acknowledgement allows for mutual recognition of the complexities in experiences of privilege and lack of privilege in interpersonal relationships. What if our actions were the result of understanding the radically interdependent relationship we share with our suffering planet? What would it be like if grandmother ceremonies acknowledge on a regular basis the sacrifices that indigenous communities have made over time to keep these practices alive? Instead of speaking of how the medicine travels all over the world, as if there was no relationship involved with the specific peoples and places. Somehow I hear people talking about, these plants or the fungi. Apparently they travel alone, and they get detached from the communities that held the traditions that we actually practice and talk about. Very mysterious. What would it be like to acknowledge incredible healing plants like Yahean fungi like psilocybin, not only for what they give us, but as co-creators and guides in healing processes? What if we acknowledge their ecosystems? How would this change what we give and what we take? What would it be like if reciprocity for you, for us, arises from a sustained, everyday engagement with nature that fosters commitment to conservation? Such personal and attentive awareness can happen in the wilderness, in a neighborhood park, in a backyard garden, or in your living room with your plants. Thank you. This is what I appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gracias. We have a couple of minutes for questions or comments, and if anybody wants to share how you've been moved in this hour, please share with us, or perhaps if you have a question. Is somebody in the back?
Is it on? It's on here? There we go. Oh, it's just getting cracked.
All right. Witnessed, empowered. So love, you mentioned, it seems as though you feel love. So could you, in a sense, define love?
You want me to define love? Is that the question?
He's asking in your own words, could you define love?
In my own words?
Yeah.
Oh. I know what love is when I look into the eyes of my 3 4-legged children, and we attune to each other, and we touch each other, and we feel each other, and we pause. I know that I am experiencing love when I see my plants grow and flourish and give me the gift of beauty. I experience love in many humans' relationships, not all of them. When we pause, when we're kind, when we have grace for each other, when we acknowledge each other, when we pause and check with our bodies how we are doing with each other, when we're generous, when we're honest. And in all this, with humans, there are a lot of ruptures. And love is to come back when we can and as much as we can. And come back, and come back, to continue to build the web of life. As an earth keeper, this is why I'm here. I think it's 4. Okay, only 1. Thank you.
Give it up for Pilar Hernández! Hernández-Wolfe. All right, folks. I know this is a little bit sad, but this is our last talk of the whole weekend. It's going to be really amazing, and I just want to say one more time, thank you all so much for being here. Also, if any of you succeeded in taking a testimonial or a video during our little break an hour ago, please send it to our email at symposium@portlandpsychedelic.org or DM it to us on either Instagram or Twitter. And I am going to introduce our next folks. Oh, she took my little map. All right. Our last keynote speakers of the Psychedelic Symposium. Dr. Alissa Bazinet is a clinical psychologist and researcher. Her professional background includes over 10 years as a clinician and neuroscience researcher in the Veterans Affairs Hospital System and over 5 years as a private practice therapist. She specializes in the treatment of co-occurring trauma and addiction, utilizing somatic-oriented and mindfulness-based approaches. She believes in the holistic approach to treatment that takes into consideration the biological, psychological, social, cultural, and spiritual aspects of a person and the environments and experiences that they are exposed to throughout their lifetime. For the past 5 years, she's been an outspoken advocate for the emerging field of psychedelic therapy and is trained to provide MDA-assisted therapy for PTSD and ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. She is a longtime lead volunteer for the Zendo Project, an organization that provides psychedelic peer support and harm reduction services at music festivals and events. Brian Hanna is a licensed clinical social worker and psychotherapist. Prior to graduate school, he found a passion in serving others while working with adults struggling with chronic homelessness, substance use, and severe mental health issues. After completing his master's degree in social work, he fell in love with working in hospice and palliative care, providing therapy and bereavement counseling to individuals with chronic and life-limiting illnesses and their families. After many years of wonderful work in hospice and palliative care, he opened his private care practice so that he could provide psychotherapy with a breadth and depth that was not possible in the hospice and palliative care model. Since that time, Brian has been trained in MDMA-assisted psychotherapy, ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, somatic therapies, psychedelic harm reduction, and more, allowing him to practice with a wide range of tools in order to skillfully serve the Portland community. Give it up for Brian and Alissa.
Hi, everybody. It's so good to be here, and I'm feeling really inspired by the sense of groundedness I feel in this community and everyone coming back together after everything that we've all been through. I'm just really grateful to be part of it. So I'm Dr. Alissa Bazinet, and this is my colleague and best friend, Brian Hanna. And today we're going to talk about implementation of Measure 109 and beyond. What does it mean to create access? And before we get into the content, I just want to name that this is a really, really big topic. Unfortunately, we don't have the answers to give you today. I wish that we did. But rather, this is a roadmap of how we might begin to approach working with the mixture of legal services in Oregon, as well as we have decriminalization. We have all of these different approaches, and Oregon is really a grand experiment. And so how we might begin to work with that experiment in a way that maximizes benefit, to take the term from Dr. Carter earlier. So to start off, Brian and I are here because we see ourselves as bridges. And this means that in both professional and personal settings, we've witnessed the powerful transformation of psychedelics, both in others and for ourselves. So specifically, in my earlier career, before jumping off the cliff to work with psychedelics, I was a clinical psychologist at the VA hospital, working with veterans with complex trauma and PTSD, addiction, who had tried everything to cure their PTSD, and some with success and others not. And in the last year of being able to work with psychedelics professionally, finally seeing amazing transformation in folks that I want to be able to bring to everyone. I want everyone who could benefit from these experiences to benefit from them. And in my personal life as well, I've benefited extraordinarily from these substances for the past 25 years in recreational and spiritual and ceremonial settings. And I want that for everyone.
It's incredible to bear witness to the power of psychedelic healing and psychedelic medicine. And being a licensed clinical social worker, spending the early part of my career working in traditional medical model, working at the VA hospital, working in palliative care and hospice and home health, both for a smaller agency and also Providence. And, you know, it's abound, and it's incredibly limiting. Allopathic medicine can do a lot. It's also incredibly limited, and only one tiny fraction of really what we really can access. And so, especially working in transitional housing and later working in palliative care and hospice, bearing witness to the immense amount of suffering and the lack of healing accessible by those people who were subjected to complete patriarchal hold by the medical model. And so really, even though we could do a lot, it was incredibly limited. And so being able to be here and working towards accessibility with psilocybin, with ketamine-assisted psychotherapy is an incredible honor. And it allows me to take really the deep benefits and transformations that I've had in my own life, in my own personal, recreational, and deeply spiritual experiences, and give back to the community from that place. So it's an incredible honor to be here with everybody today and to be able to talk about this incredibly important topic.
So in addition to feeling like we are human bridges between worlds, I feel like here in Oregon, we are this ideological bridge between these different approaches that are rapidly expanding across the country. And the medicalization, right? We've all seen all the clinical trials and all of the excitement around the benefits that are being shown there. We have FDA approval, or coming up soon, hopefully, for MDMA and psilocybin. We have expanded access and right to try, which are issues that bring access to the most vulnerable folks who are experiencing life-threatening conditions or are at end of life. And then on the other side of the less regulation, we have decrim. And although our decrim measure here in Oregon is far from perfect, it is a starting place. It's definitely further along than we were before its passing, and there's more to do. There's potential home growing and use, buying and selling for recreation. All of these things can exist together. So I feel like we have an opportunity in Oregon to really start to bridge the polarization that we hear in this movement and talk about how we work together to bring access in creative ways. And I want to name that having access to these experiences is a profound privilege that many of us in this room have enjoyed. And it has not been so available to everyone else, and it should be. So what is accessibility? I thought we could start with a little definition. But before I do that, I do want to name that the irony is not lost on me, that we are giving a talk on accessibility to safe and effective services 2 days following the Supreme Court's decision to remove access to safe and effective abortion. And that I can't really describe how that feels in my body as I'm standing up here right now. And I know that in many ways what we're all trying to do is profoundly idealistic, but I also know that I couldn't do any other thing than continue to follow this path for the rest of my life. Whatever I actually get to see in this body, I don't know. But it's what we have to do. So accessibility means that all people are offered the same opportunities to acquire the same information and enjoy safe services that are effective for their specific needs. So accessibility can and never will be a one-size-fits-all model. Everybody has different needs, and so we need to be able to modify what's available to fit those needs. So accessibility means availability of services, affordability, adequacy, and appropriateness. And what exactly is it that we are creating access to with psychedelics? So I want to name that in this room, even in this very room right now, and definitely in our country and our world, there are all of these different lenses that we're bringing to talk about what psychedelics are, what psychedelic healing is, what they can do. And at any given time, all of those lenses are swirling around. And we don't even know necessarily if we're speaking the same language when we use the term psychedelic healing. So, of course, we have the drug war. I myself am a child of the DARE generation, so definitely learned initially the first two lenses on this slide. That psychedelics are dangerous, you could die from them, misinformation right there. And then have moved throughout the lenses over time, recreational, so to take these substances just for fun, to take them for self-exploration, to learn more about oneself, to take them to treat a physical or mental health condition, or to remove pain and suffering, or to view them as a spiritual practice, which can be both entheogenic or internal, or animistic in terms of seeing life and spirit in everything and connecting that way. So the goal is to bridge these lenses and to recognize that they exist, and that even if we don't subscribe to them all at any given time, they might be affecting the way that we're seeing the whole system. So what are we creating access to in terms of the actual components of this work of psychedelic healing? We have access to the substance itself, right? And this is affected by growing and manufacturing, what the processes are there, purity and potency, supply chain consistency, reliability. So depending on those things, access to substances can be safe or not. We also have the set and setting, and this is the container for the psychedelic experience. So this can be something like, a therapist's office, it could be the forest out by yourself, it could be a music festival or event, it could be an intentional ceremony space. These are all different containers that hold the experience of an individual's connection with the psychedelic. And this is greatly affected by a lot of variables too as to whether or not things are safe. So there are other people present in that set and setting, that affects the safety, whether it's a sitter, a guide, a therapist, or just friends, strangers. There's the specific context, and there's the match between what the person coming in is expecting from that context and what actually is present. And then to go one further layer out, we have the container of ongoing support. So this is the community. This could be the person's immediate support group, friends, family, therapists, or other support professionals. And it can also just be the community itself, as well as the culture at large. So all of these containers zoom out and hold the particular set and settings that someone is having their psychedelic experience in. And depending on the support of that greater community, that experience could feel safer or not, depending on those things. So here I wanted to highlight that we often hear about these separate contexts as if they are independent of one another. So I hear a lot of folks say, well, I use psychedelics recreationally, I don't need it to be therapeutic, or I go to a religious ceremony and I would never think of this as medical. But I want to highlight that there's really lots of potential overlap between these containers that we're creating. And that, a therapist's office somebody can have a very spiritual experience, or they can work with someone in a way that resembles what they would be doing in a religious ceremony. And so again, what's really important is that the person that's entering this container knows what they are getting, that match between expectation and the actual container is consistent. And I'll talk more in a minute about what it means to create a safe container. But safety is really the element that depends on whether the benefits that we want people to access from psychedelics are available. So on the right side, I've listed benefits that psychedelics can bring in any of these contexts. So people can experience cognitive liberty and have the opportunity to get to know oneself in a different way. There can be alleviation of symptoms, pain, depression, anxiety, trauma, addiction. These can happen even in recreational settings. There can be reconnection to self, to others, to community, to earth, to spirit, to ancestors and guides. And empowerment and liberation. So reclamation of personal power and freedom from appropriated oppression and shame. This is what we can access with a safe psychedelic healing experience. And freedom of expression and authenticity. The safety to be all of who we are. This is what we want access for. So who are we creating access for? Ideally, everyone. The system should strive to create access for everyone, but we must prioritize access for members of communities who have been disproportionately harmed by lack of safe and effective services. We have to create access first in those places. We can't just have a lot of wealthy retreat centers and that be the only available services for these experiences. So, in my time on the training subcommittee of the Oregon Psilocybin Advisory Board, I would say that this polarity, this perceived polarity between safety and access dominated 95% of our conversations. Folks were, on one particular side. There's a perception that increasing safety decreases access. And there's elements of that might be true if safety includes more staff at a site or more regulation, which costs more money. That can have an impact on access for sure. But for the rest of this talk, I'd like us to consider another perspective, which is that true access cannot exist without safety. And so this picture on the slide here is of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You all might have heard of this. And so Maslow had this, pyramid that folks work through in terms of more basic human needs that need to be met in order to then move into higher and higher needs or more abstract needs. So you'll see that right after physiological needs, which is things like food, water, shelter, well, shelter might come above, but next is safety needs. And so if folks are not in a place where they feel safe, it's difficult to move beyond that to self-actualization or transcendence or reconnection with spirit. And also, this diagram highlights that Maslow took some of his perspective from his time with the Blackfoot Nation, and that this culture has a different view of what those basic baseline needs are. And so folks coming into the world are actually seen as fully self-actualized. And it's through interaction with community and community actualization that transcendence is ultimately met. So what is safety? I think that often we are caught up in language and having differing definitions of what something is. So in my time on the board, we focused a lot on safety being the screening and assessment of medical and psychological risk, and I don't want to downplay that those things should exist, because for some people it's really important. We know that psilocybin is incredibly physically safe, but there are some situations where somebody might need the advice of a doctor. For example, someone who is at their end of life and on multiple medications and has complex medical presentation and wants to take psilocybin. But the way that I want to use the definition of safety today is not just that. So safety is an experience that is impacted by a particular person's unique trauma history, so what they've experienced in this body and beyond. Environmental cues in the space they're in, and the way that witnesses behave and respond to that person's expressions. And a quote here that I really love, that trauma is not a flaw or a weakness. It's a highly effective tool of safety and survival. Trauma is also not an event. It's the body's protective response to an event or series of events that it perceives as potentially dangerous. So it's not just what's happened to someone, it's how the body adapts, how the spirit adapts, how we evolve to protect ourselves after repeated instances of harm. That protection needs to be honored. And this other quote, shame dies when stories are told in safe places. Shame is a really common protective mechanism to trauma. And it needs to be held in a safe container to be processed and witnessed for it to transform. And I want to highlight that safety is not the same as comfort. We can experience really big, uncomfortable emotions, but if we can do that in a safe container and be held in that expression, those emotions can actually move and be healed. And so you'll see on this graph that the intersection of discomfort and safety is how people grow and make progress. So here I want to illustrate that safety is a system, that in order for this psychedelic healing to really work, there needs to be safety at all levels. That means if someone is working with a guide or a facilitator, that setting needs to be safe. The overall service site, so now I'm using 109 language, the facilitator, the service site needs to be safe. and the entire community that holds the service sites and the facilitators need to be safe. So these are elements of trauma-informed care on this diagram here. So all of those levels need to understand the basics of trauma, stress, and recovery, what that's like in people's bodies, how that shows up, how that's expressed. There needs to be a commitment to creating physical and emotional safety for the people we're interacting with. There needs to be predictability and consistency, transparency, so any communication that happens in those levels, it needs to be really transparent. People need to follow through on what they say they're going to do. Facilitators need to follow agreements. There needs to be empowerment and choice. There needs to be collaboration, and there needs to be cultural humility, responsiveness, and equity at all of these levels. So people need to feel safe to express both pain and difficult emotions and the protective parts that arise in response to that fear and perceived threat. Those protective parts are important. So earlier I stated that environmental cues can trigger fear and perceived threat. A few examples of that in some of the containers that we might find ourselves in for psychedelic healing is some folks have religious trauma and specific images of religious iconography can create fear. Healthcare settings, by so many folks who've been traumatized by power over healthcare systems, who have not had their voice listened to, who have not been respected to make their own decisions for their own bodies, their own autonomy. Those settings can create fear. The racial identity of facilitators for folks who've experienced racial trauma. This is why affinity matching can be so powerful, to be in the room with someone who shares some aspect of identity and some aspect of experience. So it's really important that when people do express pain, trauma, big emotions, that we don't reject, shut it down, or invalidate it. That can be re-traumatizing, pervasively so. And I think it's important to name that psychedelics can alter a person's experiences of safety in their body compared to their sober baseline. In either direction, sometimes people can feel more safe than they would normally, other times they can feel less safe. And people need to know to expect that, and facilitators need to know how to work with that. And so now Brian's gonna talk about a couple of the fundamental frameworks that need to be implemented across all of these levels of facilitator, service site, and community, of person-centered care and informed consent.
Thanks, Alissa. Person-centered care, touching back to what I was talking about earlier of moving out of the medical model, person-centered care it's a pop word that's used a lot in the medical system, but a lot of providers don't even know what it means. They'll say, oh, we provide person-centered counseling service, or we provide person-centered healthcare services. What does it really mean, and how do we leverage it in order to provide safe, accessible, and effective services? So in person-centered care, all services that are offered are based entirely on that person's needs, their desires, their goals, and their preferences. We must first understand people in their complete context in order to offer this. We need to be looking and asking for what are people's values and beliefs and worldviews when they come? What is their trauma history, their coping strategies, and their triggers? I had a client in treatment for ketamine therapy that was deeply afraid that I might have a guitar in my office. If I hadn't assessed for that, and also guitar music for the playlist, if I hadn't assessed for what that there is a song on the playlist that has guitar, and that would have been incredibly triggering because that person's abuser was also a musician that played the guitar. So in that vulnerable state, had I not done that assessment, I could have deeply re-traumatized them, not only breaking the relationship that we had worked so hard to build, but bring them right back and create so much disrepair. Additionally, we really need to be looking at what is an individual's social location? What identities do they claim? What are their intentions and their goals for services? Is it really to do deep, deep healing? Is it to do ancestral healing? Is it to be able to have a religious or expansive experience? Is it to just see what it's all about? You know, people are coming looking for psychedelics for so many reasons right now, with how widely it's proliferated. So it's important to really understand what are people showing up here for, and how can we make sure that we meet them there. And lastly, really, as a social worker, especially this one is really important to me, really assessing for what their support system is. Do they have family of choice? What does their community support look like? How are they going to be held after you have finished holding them? Are they going to just go directly from their experience and go back into an abusive system? All that work that they might have been able to do in that period could be instantaneously reversed, or worse, actually really further traumatize them because they're open. All of their protectors that maybe they had built over the years of dealing with trauma are now down. That's the power of psychedelics. So we really need to be careful about assessing for that. This person-centered care differs from this expert model of traditional healthcare, which is where someone comes in for healing and then the doctor or the clinician provides that healing because they're the expert. And they hold a tremendous amount of power. The point of person-centered care is to bring balance to that power. And I'm not in a place where I think that this will just mean that there is no power dynamic. As a psychotherapist, I hold a tremendous amount of power, but we really, really need to do our work to be able to bring as much balance to that power as possible. And lastly, by doing all of this, we support people's right to self-determination, their agency, their sense of self-efficacy, meaning can they author their healing process? Do they come away from it saying, I wrote a new narrative? Or do they say, I went and was healed? Those sit in the body and in the spirit and the mind so differently. Ooh. I did not get trained on this, so there we go. So in order to what we're really talking about here, and as part of this process, is informed consent. I'm sure that is a super exciting word for all of you, right? Yeah, like love informed consent. It's that thing that you get, that really awesomely detailed form you get anytime you see a medical provider, and they say 5 minutes before your session, here, fill this out and sign it and give it back to me, and they don't really give you a chance to read it or to really talk about it with you. And it's like a bunch of technobabble or psychobabble or legalese, and you're like, okay, cool, whatever, I'm gonna sign it because I don't have another option. And yeah, I mean, that is unfortunately how we view informed consent now. But it is so much deeper than that. And it needs to not be a box that we check, but instead a dynamic relational conversation. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you're so excited about informed consent. I mean, I'm like, social work, I'm like, yeah, but you know. So what does it mean? So by informed consent, we're meaning that people must have all information about the services being offered in that particular setting. They need to understand about what alternative options are out there, and they need to know what known and potential benefits and risks exist for each of those options, so they can make a clear and informed choice. These risks and benefits definitely differ depending on a person's unique situation and needs. Really, informed consent is empowerment if we practice it right. It is an anti-oppressive practice. It works to reverse some of the patriarchal and colonial aspects of the medical model. It's a collaborative conversation and a process of mutual discovery. And part of this requires comprehensive assessment. We really, again, going back to, we need to understand that person's context. So without this, we really cannot provide someone an accurate information about the risks and benefits. We just really talk maybe in general terms. We need to be talking about the person. So informed consent for psychedelic services, unfortunately, is really complicated. It's complicated by hype, which there's a ton of, for a good reason. They're pretty amazing, right? But there's also a lot of media bias. And we see this in our private practice. I have people coming to me saying, I had someone the other day write out to me and said, I have cancer, I have P.T.S.D, will you sell me LSD? And that's heartbreaking. And also just kind of, it's really hard to integrate. But that is some of the messaging that's coming out. People come to me and, exploring ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, and they have this impression that they don't have to do any other work, that they'll come, they'll have one single ketamine session, and then their years of trauma is going to be completely reversed and they'll be all better. And so it's a really hard conversation to explain that I'm sorry, that's not true. We need to really work against that. And again, exuberant marketing claims. So part of this safety and access is really connecting back again to Measure 109 language, is really connecting to the role of the facilitator. So in order to create a safe container, facilitators must center the person's process while minimizing the impact of environmental influences. And that includes the facilitator's own influence. Everyone has bias. Doesn't matter how well you're trained, doesn't matter how woke you are, you got bias. And you really need to be cognizant of that when you're providing services. So part of this process is screening. Again, I know this isn't fun stuff, but it's so important. So in screening, in this process, it might mean that you need to refer that person out. If their needs or goals don't match what that facilitator or that site is able to offer, what they've been trained for, what their scope is. And part of that is also providing clear information about existing research and knowledge, because people crave that. People want to know, is this really going to help me? Will I possibly benefit from this service? And we get into something really tricky as facilitators when we are working with informed consents, and that's explaining what an altered state is. It gets really challenging if someone has never experienced that. For those of you that have experienced altered state, how would you really fully explain that to someone so that when they enter into that, they will 100% know what they're getting into? It's like, yeah, right? It's really a big question. It's a lot, and it's totally dependent on what your experience is. So again, there's the bias right there. So, what we do need to talk about are things like increased vulnerability and hypersensitivity to influence. So people do crack open in psychedelics. That's the beautiful part of these medicines. But because of that, they become incredibly sensitive to influence. And there's been, unfortunately, some incredibly difficult media that's been presented around this. I'm sure some of you have seen it. Heightened power differentials. The person who is receiving care is incredibly aware of the fact that they are receiving care. And that person who is providing care, the facilitator in that situation, is in a tremendous amount of power. So really explaining that, people need to understand that that's what they're walking into here. Boundary disillusion. I may become you, you may become me. My sense of what is okay may completely go out the window. It may be that I express sexual desire. It may be that I express a desire to be, that I feel like I am divine, or that I'm in hell. It may be that I am a child. It may be that I am an old person. I might even be dead in that experience. And we may be in that and together. I may be alone. So really explaining this. And that, immediate shifts in perspective can change over time. This is the importance for ongoing integration and why additional sessions may be needed. So people don't think, I'm just going to come and get one session, I'm going to be healed forever. You know, we really need to work against that messaging. And lastly, but relatedly, that this is an individualized and nonlinear process. There is no one size fits all. It doesn't work that way. Again, we're meeting the person in their environment. We need to work with them in that way. And that person will show up in those sessions with all their beliefs, their values, their experiences, their traumas, their successes, all of this, and that is what informs the process. And it's a dynamic relational process that complicates it even more. So what is the setting like? What is the facilitator like? What's the relationship like? How easily can the person access their mental health history? How easily can the person access trauma? All of that is at play. And going back to this idea of bias, so it's important that facilitators share the lenses they and that service site use to view psychedelic healing. It could be that it is a ceremonial sacrament. Beautiful, share that. It could be that it is medicine. Beautiful, share that. If the client if that person doesn't resonate with that, help them find someone that does. It could be psychotherapeutic, like really working to metabolize trauma and pain. If that's what they're looking for, amazing. Then if you're at a match, great. If not, refer out. And lastly, we get to something that's really uncomfortable, and that's the idea of touch. Touch should never, ever, ever, in any circumstance, ever be offered without informed consent. It doesn't matter if it's a hand on the shoulder or even holding hands. That needs to be explicitly discussed. And in no way, shape, or form should it ever be sexual. I don't care what your argument is. No, absolutely not. Yeah. No body-on-body contact. It needs to be truly consensual. You know, in my practice, if we go through this process and a client does consent to touch, it'll be something like holding their hand if they ask for it. A hand on their shoulder if they ask for it. Say that they're having a headache and maybe some somatic, because I am a somatic therapist, so I work a lot with the body. And so maybe there is a lot of processing material coming up through experience in the head, and they would really like my hand on the back of their head so that they can have a point of focus and awareness. Great. So we can do that if they agree to it ahead of time, but they can never consent to it in a psychedelic state. You cannot provide consent in a psychedelic state, but you 100% can withdraw it. It's really, really clear. Just because someone says, sure, go ahead and hold my hand if I ask for it. You know, if someone says, no, I don't want you doing that, you always respect no. And during all sessions, and that is both medicine sessions and also integration sessions and also preparation sessions, we need to be aware of how our biases and our experiences impact how we relate to the people receiving services. So there is a term called countertransference in psychotherapy, and basically what that is really referring to is how a person that you're working with, like what type of emotional content is being evoked in you by their process, by their person. It could be maybe something that they're talking about is reminding me of me or my mom, my partner, my best friend, right? Or maybe someone that assaulted me. And that is going to completely change how I relate to that person in that moment. And so I need to be incredibly cognizant about that and work with that. So even when we're working with non-directive or non-specific interventions, right, if we're working with people and we're not telling them how to feel or we're really allowing them to lead the process, this is still going to come into play. People need awareness of how to work with that. Which brings us to the container of the facilitators, and that's service sites. So for maximum safety and access, ideal service sites give people options. We don't want boxes. we need to be providing facilitators of varying identities. For affinity group matching is so important. You know, if you are LGBTQIA identified, if you're BIPOC identified, if you're a veteran, you know, if you're in an identity group, it's important to have access to someone that can be with you there in that experience, who can operate from a lens like that. Again, having access to facilitators with skill and training with different populations, conditions, and experiences. There is 100% so much room for having retreat centers that provide healing experiences to people without significant trauma or significant difficult childhood experiences. And those places also may not be appropriate for people that do have those experiences. And so facilitators and the service sites that are holding them need to be trained if they're going to be working with specific individuals. Otherwise, we risk further traumatizing people. We completely roll back all the healing we're worked so hard to get to with Measure 109 and decrement Measure 110. So working with consultation, with coordination with medical doctors, therapists, clergy, of any sort of spiritual orientation when indicated. Really, again, supporting people's support system. And making sure that service sites can honor clients' preferences around settings. So if they need access to nature, if they need a temperature control, if there's decor in there that they find triggering or calming, really helping provide that. And lastly, offering both individual and group sessions. For some people, group is terrifying. For some people, that is what they want. They want to be in community. Rad, let's offer that. But it shouldn't be the only option, especially just to save cost. We need to have cost savings more ways than just groups. And really importantly, easy to follow emergency protocols. What happens if something goes wrong? Making sure they're standardized, making sure that that facilitator isn't going to just freak out and be like, oh no, I don't know what I'm going to do, that they can rest in the knowledge that there is a process that they can rely upon. And for smaller sites, this may be really challenging. This is a lot that we're talking about here. And, so really, for those smaller sites that are unable to provide options, we really need to make sure that we're talking about providing that informed consent and talking about limitations to these services and limitations in the facilitator's training and experience, and really help from a restorative justice lens, help people access the care that is going to be most beneficial and safe. We don't need to just push people into things because it's going to be profitable or because it's what's available. We really need to work hard for this. We need to give people choice to refer out to another site. And that might mean your site doesn't make $1. Okay, great. That's not the point. The point is bringing healing. And coordinating with other services. So looking for peer support models. Fireside Project, amazing, right? I so loved her presentation yesterday, right? We need to be coordinating with therapists for ongoing psychedelic integration if people are going to be benefiting from that. And we need to be knowledgeable about these outside resources and where people can learn more about them, and so they can help them make best decisions for themselves. We don't want to be selling them on the site. We want to be referring out. And now we broaden out even more back into community. For this larger system, our community, to be safe, we must work to bridge across lenses and contexts. We need to be providing community education and engagement. We need to be talking about mental health and psychedelic use from a community perspective. We need to destigmatize and normalize psychedelic use while minimizing overexuberance. And I know that's not a super popular thing to say, right? But I have seen harm come from that. So I really stand by that. We really need to educate the public about risks and benefits to all available options for access. And that means legal, like service sites, clinical trials, in-office therapeutic settings with ketamine, cannabis, and then also decriminalize access. So underground practitioners, churches, recreational use, harm reduction services. All of these have a place, but we really need to help people understand the risks and benefits for each and how to best access and what might be most supportive and helpful. Also, we really need to work for coordination within and between healthcare and psilocybin services. We need medical practitioners that are willing to take risks in order to help people that are medically fragile. I mean, from working in hospice and palliative care, I feel this very strongly. One of my biggest goals in life is to help provide people that are at end of life true healing using psychedelic medicines. And in order to do that, we need physician support. They're incredibly complicated. And then also for people that have complicated mental health concerns, they may need to titrate off of SSRIs or other psychotropic medications and need support with that. And part of that is making sure that we have a robust referral network between systems, between healthcare and then also psilocybin referring back and forth. A big part of this, which is coming online, and it's beautiful to see, is these psychedelic peer support and recovery groups. So making sure that there are recovery groups for veterans, BIPOC folks, queer folks, addiction and recovery groups that are supportive of psychedelic use, and really making sure that we have an opportunity to implement harm reduction services when they're needed. And really what that means is that hybridization of that decriminalized personal use paired with above ground services such as psychotherapy or peer support. But if people are going to be using psychedelics recreationally, making sure they have access to support if needed. I'm going to return this back to Alissa to talk about some barriers to access.
So I get the really fun slide here. Just kidding. I feel like a lot of this was discussed really well on the drug policy panel this morning as well. So for those of you that were there, a lot of this might be repeat. But we want to acknowledge that there are still significant barriers, hopefully working to remove them as we go on, but this is where we are at this moment in time now. Most of this relates to the barriers to 109. As we all know, cost is a huge one. At this point, services will likely be out of pocket. There's not going to be insurance coverage for something that's outside of the healthcare system. We know that it's expensive to train facilitators. We know that there will be fees associated with licensure, as well as regulatory costs for service site operators and manufacturers. We don't know what those fees will be yet. They're still in development, but they could be significant. Somebody mentioned earlier 280E. This is that we cannot actually have a nonprofit service site. There's taxes that need to be paid on any sort of business that works with a Schedule I substance. So there's creative business development that needs to happen around what part of this business is actually touching the Schedule I substance and what part is a service that is not necessarily directly handling. So there needs to be division for businesses. Lack of access to insurance and banking is a big one right now, similar to how the cannabis industry has rolled out. There are few banks that are willing to work with cannabis businesses. Legal and regulatory barriers. Of course, we know that psilocybin remains federally illegal at this time. One thing that I wanted to note that was a positive experience recently, I was on a panel, there was a DEA agent on the panel who essentially said in her own words that she did not really care about our experiment. This is being recorded, I realized. And that we had, more significant issues such as the fentanyl crisis. But it does still remain a fact that it will be federally illegal. A big one that Brian and I are thinking about is how licensing boards will intersect with the psilocybin services program. So for those of us that have a licensure in a mental health or medical discipline, will there be support for us to also be licensed as psilocybin facilitators? And that remains yet to be known. I know that there's work to address that with licensing boards, but we don't have any sort of clear direction at this point. I think one of the things that Brian and I are really trying to highlight in this talk is that it's really important to refer to maybe not fully regulated legal services when indicated. If somebody's best option is to be in an underground community group that's decriminalized but not legal, I personally want to be able to send them there if that's what they need. Of course, that's what Brian was referring to about taking risks, right? That's me taking a risk technically with my license of saying it's more important that I send this person where they really need to go and where they can afford to go. But that, is challenging. There is a HECC, which is a higher education something commission, what is it? Certification Commission, which is a state body that creates certifications for career schools. So this is an unexpected barrier that I wanted to let everyone know about in the rollout of psilocybin facilitator training programs, is that we don't yet know how to engage with that process, if that's going to be needed or not. So there's work being done to figure that out, but I do believe some training programs are pausing admissions until we understand better how to work with that. There are also social barriers. So as we mentioned earlier, there are these polarization between lenses and contexts and ways that we view psychedelic healing. And we really want to move towards collaboration. How can we work together? Because we're all here. We might as well work together. Of course, there's misinformation and inaccuracies in the media and public spaces. There's lack of understanding and appropriate training within the greater healthcare system, or how to coordinate with those of us who do work with psychedelics. And lack of psychedelic-sensitive crisis support and first responders. I do know that Denver has rolled out an initial program there, and I believe there's efforts to bring that to Portland, which would be amazing. Okay, so we've got roughly 10 minutes, and Brian and I wanted to end on a positive note to share what we are doing with our organization, Sequoia Center, to make a dent in this issue of accessibility. And we know that we have a grand challenge ahead of us. There's lots and lots of work to do. We are so excited and so committed to this path, and I'm excited to share with you where we are today.
So we founded Sequoia Center as a nonprofit organization as a response to some of the growing disparities between access and available services, and to all of the complicated barriers that some have been foreseen and many unforeseen. And so an inherent part of our organization is our board of directors bylaws. We are working with a consensus model, recognizing that our main goal is to reduce power imbalance. It is pretty easy to still have power imbalances on a board, even a really well-meaning one, when you have a vote model or a democratic model. So instead, we decided to do the more challenging thing, that's adopt a consensus model where we really have to get everyone to agree, which means bringing in voices. And part of that is that I want to recognize we are two white people here standing up on the stage talking about this. So it's incredibly important to us that we're working towards racial, cultural, and identity representation. I don't mean having like a couple of token people for diversity, but true representation is our goal. So when we are operating from this consensus model, voices are truly heard. Right now, we have the deep privilege of working by providing grant and donor subsidized ketamine-assisted psychotherapy for BIPOC and or LGBTQIA identified people. And we're doing this with a restorative justice fee structure. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But to be clear, what I mean by ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, I don't mean ketamine infusions. I don't mean Spravato. I mean people are coming in and being administered ketamine with a trained therapist who is providing preparatory, administration, and integration support to really ensure that that person's container and process is held. And so we are working with people who have deep histories of trauma and doing some incredible stuff with it, making it affordable and accessible to people that normally could not. For everyone else right now, we're able to provide at cost ketamine-assisted psychotherapy and psychedelic integration services for all. meaning that what we charge is what it costs to pay the therapist and to keep the lights on. We are also, for all of the ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, we're conducting in-house outcomes research. This is allowing us to define best practices, to identify the frequency and duration that is most effective, while hopefully reducing service overutilization and minimizing cost in the long run. There's a lot of debate about what's most effective, how many sessions, how frequent, how intensive. So we really hope to actually have a really solid paradigm for treatment around that way. And we're partnering currently with research organizations like OHSU for clinical trials, research projects related to developing standards of care and best practices with psychedelic medicines. We're also, by being here and with many other beautiful opportunities that we have, we're working to engage with the professional community and our Portland community and a wider community to provide education and support. And as Alissa beautifully described, we're really working hard to support the Measure 109 rollout. I don't have the clicker. Thank you. So going back to the restorative justice model, this is something that we're really working hard at, but this is kind of our working model that we're working with right now. And so for people that are eligible for grant subsidized treatment, we really allow them to choose what they pay. We have a metric in which says gives some general guidelines around how much how much a encouraged fee might be depending on your income, but then we have this table that really allows people choice based upon their context, their experience, their history as a marginalized individual, what more short-term possible access and growth that they might have in earning power. And we do not ask for proof of income, tax returns, or anything like that. We really want to empower people where they're at. And we hope to, our near-term goal is to make this our standard. So right now we're able to do that with BIPOC and LGBTQIA identified individuals, but our near-term goal is to have this be our standard of care for reimbursement.
And then to close off, I wanted to share a little bit about where we see ourselves in the near future. So Brian beautifully articulated the work that we've been doing, and I do have to say that it has been the most incredible privilege and honor to be able to do this work and to be able to do this with my best friend, y'all. This is amazing. And so in the future, we hope to create a really interdisciplinary center. And what I mean by this is we want to work with folks who come both from within the healthcare system and beyond. So alternative healers, sound healers, religious folk, just really like a full multidisciplinary team of people who have different approaches to working with psychedelics so that we can offer people options, and with community peer support as well. In the most near term, we see ourselves as collaborating with existing psilocybin service sites and businesses to offer consultation, assessment, and service planning, especially for people with complex mental health needs, as that is our specialty as trained therapists. So we want to be able to offer those services, and again, ideally using this sliding scale restorative justice model for those services. So as Brian said, using that for all services. We do need to secure recurrent donor sources to subsidize services. We were fortunate to get an initial grant to get our organization off the ground, but we will need to seek more fundraising in the near future to keep this going. We also hope to establish a code of ethics for psychedelic-assisted therapy and services. That's a collaboration with OHSU as well. And to support a new generation of therapists, facilitators, anybody who's interested in doing this work. To be a practicum site, to provide supervision, consultation, and a place for people to have the experience working with these substances. And to provide regular and ongoing education for the community and healthcare providers. And eventually, to create our own psilocybin service site. That would need to be a separate organization as we can't do it under the 501c3, and that would focus on therapeutic services. Anything else you want to add?
You're all awesome, and we're incredibly grateful to be here. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
I have an important announcement, y'all. Give it up one more time for Brian and Alissa. I want to shout out Will McHugh, not only for giving us these awesome fucking mushrooms on stage. Shout out to Will. Will, I love you. Also, he has just made a considerable donation for our t-shirts. These t-shirts are specific to this event, so we kind of like have to get rid of them right now. So they are now donation-based. If you paid full price at any point this weekend, thank you so much for your full support. But if you want one, pay whatever you can, and please take them from that table, because like, what are we gonna do with these after this? It says June 2022 on them, so. That was it. That's it. That's the whole symposium. We did it. We fucking did it. I'm so happy. I'm so proud. I'm literally just like, I feel like I've been on MDMA for like 48 straight hours. I'm like so ready to go to bed. But we couldn't have done it without you all. We couldn't have done it without every single volunteer that helped put this thing together. And I just feel like we've been using lots of garden metaphors. I feel really nice about the little seeds we've been planting, but I feel like we also just took the whole fucking bag of seeds and we're just like, and I'm so excited to see this weird ass forest of, beautiful plants grow into what it needs to grow into. So. Thank you all so much. Seriously, grab a t-shirt, grab one for a homie. We're also going to meet at Radio Room for anybody that wants to keep hanging and connecting with the psychedelic community. We do have to be like out of here. There is a stand-up comedy special that's happening at 6 p.m. So don't hang around too long. If you want to keep hanging, go to Radio Room. We'll see you there. Bye, everybody.